Greatest Streamer System. By author, ShuviLily. Chapter 251-300. Both girls talked until late at night. When they were done, Lily was picked up by Stone Sword. While the girls were chatting, Stone Sword approached Max. "I believe you aren't dense." Spencer's heir, now with a curtain hairstyle, whispered to him. Max's response was a short snort. "Please don't worry. I just want to find an opportunity." He replied, "There is still too much to do in this short amount of time. And it's not exactly the best time for me. I want to be ready." "Good." Stone Sword was satisfied with the answer, "but be quick. Next month, our parents will meet us to see our situation. There will be a party at that time, and they have a little plan that I don't quite like." Hearing that, Max looked at Stone Sword and raised his eyebrows. The man met his eyes and frowned. "We live in a high society despite not showing it off. There are some interests in us, especially Lily." Stone Sword explained in an easy-to-understand manner with a displeased tone. He clearly hated even touching the topic. "Not all those interests and attentions are pleasant. You should be careful too. Some jealous young masters or selfish people might want to disturb your activities. If that happens, contact me or Biozone Entertainment. We will help. I will keep that in mind." Max nodded in understanding, thankful for the warning and the help he offered. The girls' conversation ended at that time and Lily bid them farewell. Nina waved her hand until the hovercar they rode was gone and began to ask many questions about Stone Sword. It seemed like Nina failed to recognize him in the dark until Lily called him brother when they entered the car. It continued until Max dropped her in front of her home. After that, he broke off and returned to his apartment. While walking alone, he remembered Stone Sword's warning. "Crazy fans, I guess. Young masters, maybe those who covet the Spencer family's wealth, and selfish people. Yeah, I can imagine Lily having crazy followers. Her anonymous music account, White Lily, has more than 3 million followers. There must be one or two who connected the dots between White Lily and Lily Pixel based on her voice alone. And she wasn't exactly anonymous by having a name so close to her real name like that. Sometimes I wonder whether she did it on purpose or just ignorant about it." Getting close to someone meant sharing their burdens and problems. Naturally, they would also take his burdens and problems too. It was just natural in a relationship between people. I guess I just need to prepare my mind more than material preparation. Left alone, Max wondered what to do. Only an email that reminded him about the money withdrawal from Punch, which made him feel a little bitter, showed up in his list. There was nothing else to do for a 2-month-old streamer like him. At least, not yet. I hope Mr. Taka finds someone responsible for me soon, as I want to step up my game. It's been 2 weeks since we talked about it. And Flexi. Well, I can't rush him. I will trust him to find me a good manager with Lisa's connection. He's probably still busy gathering players for the scrim right now. After considering what to do, Max decided to go home and relax, maybe stream something at 6 p.m. later. Mr. Taka was troubled by Midnight Heist's management team. He noticed the sales had decreased since the atrocious tournament rule. If there was something he was grateful about, it was Breeze's fast response and his sense of selflessness that saved the game from getting too much backlash. The video he created helped a lot. It was the correct decision to ask the media social department to share the video everywhere. As a result, the video went viral and reduced the players' protest. Now, Mr. Taka felt indebted to the young man once again. He felt like he needed to find the person responsible for him soon. There are many people available, but I can't trust them with Breeze. He's just too valuable for those people to handle. They are too arrogant and probably will try to control him to their liking. That can't happen. The golden goose needed to be protected and cultivated slowly. Mr. Taka was sure of Breeze's capability to reach the top. He needed to be treated well to ensure he would be comfortable working with Biozone Entertainment for a long time. A file containing the names of the employees who potentially became Breeze's assistants in Biozone Entertainment and dealt with ad offers was put nicely in a folder. But none of them was satisfactory. Most of them were new employees who had just begun to work in the last 3 years. Should I just deal with Breeze myself? Or, scrolling through the file, Mr. Taka stopped at a certain name. He didn't know that this employee was actually available and willing to take this job. Michael Lamb. Mr. Taka muttered in wonder, stroking his chin. So far, he was the best choice. Not only did he work with Breeze before, but he was also professional enough not to let his personal feelings cloud his judgment. From the file written in his resume, it seemed like he also had done many deals with big clients. If it were him, he would be able to pick the best ad offers for Breeze. He also learned about Breeze when I gave him the job. I should trust him and assign him as Breeze's assistant. I was already late enough. He will need the assistant soon as his name is more known now. And after the decision was made, everything moved pretty fast. Mr. Taka dealt with the legal documents and called Michael to talk about it directly. And the man agreed readily. Great. I will have you contact him soon and formally ask you to assist him in every matter involving Biozone Entertainment. I hope you give your best ability to pick the best decision for him. Mr. Taka said in a serious tone. You may retreat now. Yes, sir. Michael answered, and he walked out of his office. Having everything settled nicely, Mr. Taka sighed tiredly and massaged his temple. There was still an endless amount of work. No rest for the wicked. Running toward the paralyzed Yulo-Tai, Max shot Puppeteer with the gun, aiming at the space a meter in front of him by calculating the bullet's speed. Similarly, Puppeteer also shot his gun. However, he directly aimed at Max instead of the space in front of him. Both bullets missed by a hair's breadth. Max sped up while Puppeteer slowed down. It gave the former the edge to get closer to Yulo-Tai and snatched the card from him. Naturally, it wasn't as easy as it sounded. Just as Max reached toward the card, an energy bullet flashed before him and hit Yulo-Tai again, causing him to step back in reflex. Why me? The man shouted as he got paralyzed once again. At that moment, Puppeteer dashed forward and snatched the card before running away. Max looked at what happened in front of him and immediately gave chase, shooting the tranquilizer gun just right behind the man. Of course, not even Puppeteer could dodge this one. He got shot and paralyzed with an electrical current around his body. Using this chance, Max took the card. Just as he got the card, suddenly, he felt a shock hit him from behind. Buzz. His body suddenly froze and he couldn't move. From the edge of his vision, he saw Yulo-Tai take the card from him with a smirk. This is mine. The player immediately ran from the location and went to a small street between houses. 2 seconds until the paralyze ended. He could only see Puppeteer get freed from the paralyzed and chased after Yulo-Tai. And before he went to the corner, he pointed his gun toward Max and shot him once again, renewing the paralyze. Oh, shit. Unable to dodge, Max was forced to wait for 3 seconds. Direct confrontation wasn't a good idea at all. He messed up. But there was still hope. Like I will accept my defeat here. After 3 seconds, he could move his body again and dashed toward the school immediately. The red dot moved toward a skyscraper. From the movement, Max judged that Puppeteer had gotten the target and now tried to do the usual strategy, hovering from the height straight toward the pedestal. Screw it. I will risk everything in this. I will win. From his observation before, there were a total of 10 pedestals around the school, which were scattered in a direction of around 50 to 100 meters away. 6 of them were outside, while 4 were inside the buildings. And from what happened throughout the game, Puppeteer would land near one of those 6 pedestals. Which one he would choose was still a mystery. Max looked at the sky to try and guess which pedestal Puppeteer chose. The man had hovered in the air already, with a speed similar to when he was running. It was a gamble. If Max chose the right pedestal and waited for Puppeteer to arrive and shoot him, then it would be his win. But if he chose the wrong one, he would have to settle for second place. Arriving at the school, Max immediately chose the pedestal and hid himself in a way that Puppeteer wouldn't realize. Now, he had to wait while listening to the duo camping on the school shooting the air. Colorful confetti appeared from the sky, raining toward the school. Max could only watch it with a wry smile. He should have been happy finishing second place, but all he could feel right now was frustration with his inadequate skill. He was only half-baked. Only after facing a real pro did he realize that. He wasn't confident, he was only arrogant. And he wanted to punch himself who said he wasn't arrogant. Damn it. I should do self-introspection. I am so stupid. He gritted his teeth. Winner. First place, Puppeteer. Second place, Breeze. Third place, coming soon. Third place match will be held soon. Overtime. Both Max and Puppeteer were engulfed in a blue flash and teleported away from the map, back to the bar. Meanwhile, the other three who scored 0 continued the match to find the third place. Everything moved pretty fast. Yulo Tai, who was in Midnight Club, managed to get the target once again and scored, ending the match almost instantly. What followed after was a reward ceremony. Moonfeather appeared once again to congratulate the winner and gave the reward. He gave Puppeteer a golden trophy and a pin. Next, Moonfeather stopped in front of Max and handed him a silver trophy and a pin similar to Puppeteer's. Congratulations on winning second place. Thank you. Max smiled at Moonfeather and nodded, his voice lost the cheerfulness and the confidence he had before. Noticing it, Moonfeather patted his shoulder. Don't be down, Breeze. You're the best Tier 2 player. If you have the same experience as Puppeteer, I believe you would win the previous match. He said. Be proud. For someone who had just played this game in less than 2 months, you can compete and score 7 times against the unarguably the best Midnight Heist player in the world. Hearing the consolation from the man in the feather mask, Max couldn't help but chuckle. Unarguably the best Midnight Heist player. Well, that was fine. Thank you, Moonfeather. If he's the best Midnight Heist player in the world, then I'd like to claim the title of the best movement player in the world. I hope that will stick on me soon. Ha ha ha, that's the spirit. Moonfeather laughed and released his hand. Once again, congratulations. Moonfeather moved to Yulo Tai and gave him a bronze trophy. Afterward, the award ceremony ended, and all players were allowed to leave the lobby. Max immediately returned to his private lobby and ended his stream after saying goodbye to his viewers. It was a short tournament, but it certainly opened his eyes. Motivation to become a better player and individual surged out. Using the remaining time of the day, he decided to just relax and think deeply so he wouldn't become an individual who hated himself. A few minutes after the tournament ended, a thread appeared in Midnight Heist's community forum. Breeze vs Puppeteer, a fierce battle in Midnight Heist's Tier 2 final. The thread was popular enough that it got more than 500 activities in less than an hour. While waiting for the Tier 1 tournament, all of Midnight Heist's fans talked about the final of Tier 2. Many clips and videos of exciting moments were posted on the thread. I know that Breeze is a new synchronization test world record holder, but this guy is nuts. How could he go against Puppeteer like that? Right. Puppeteer is a really good player. Like, really good. True. Their experiences are also different. Breeze played only for a while if compared to Puppeteer, and still he is able to hold his ground. The final score is 8-7-1-0-0, right? If we count overtime. Goddamn, both of them dominated the tournament. I thought Breeze was just lucky to get the world record and was still skeptical before the tournament. But this changed my mind. The dude is cooking. Dear haters, where are you? Not even one person said Breeze is lucky. Maybe they will if Breeze gets first place lol. But he only got second place, so the haters are gone. Puppeteer's fans aren't attacking Breeze anymore because their idol won KKKK. They are scared of Blood God. I want to watch him swing the axe again. Preferably to his haters. Look and behold. Attached clip.mp4, attached video.mp4, attached link. My dude promotes Breeze lol. Good stuff. I can't help but love the first clip where he got chased after by wolves in Knight's Journey. His sniping skill has become better, for sure. Unfortunately, the tranquilizer gun in the final just sucks. It's too slow for someone like Breeze and Puppeteer. Give Breeze a year and he will dominate the scene. Nah, 6 months are enough. I think 3 months are enough. He only played Midnight Heist for 3 weeks and almost beat Puppeteer lol. Breeze. Good morning, Michael. This is Breeze. I am glad that you accepted the position of my assistant. I am looking forward to working with you. Unlike Mr. Taka, Michael answered almost immediately. Michael. Likewise. I am looking forward to working with you. On top of that, he sent another message. Michael. Currently, I am looking through any possible ad offer that you can take. Please tell me what kind of job you want to accept and refuse. I will do my best to meet your expectations. Max hummed once again. What kind of job did he want to accept and refuse? Actually, as long as the money was worth it, he was willing to accept any job. Modeling for a brand. That was fine. Shooting a video. That was also fine, he had done it before. The best one would be promoting the brand on his livestream. A shoutout usually would give him more than 10 grand, which was in his past life. It could be more here. Would there be a strange job that he didn't want to do? Ah, there is that job. He nodded as he remembered one strange job that many people avoid. Breeze. As long as it's not a gravure and the job won't ruin my reputation, I am fine with whatever. But please don't choose video shooting unless it's worth the pay or is important to grow my channel. Something like a no-feed ad video is still okay. He nodded in satisfaction as he replied to Michael. Michael. Understood. I have considered your opinion. I will return to inform you with a list soon. Breeze. Thank you, Michael. That was pretty easy and professional. A bit stiff, but Michael probably was a good person with a great work ethic. I am lucky, Max said as he looked out of the window. Well, the weather is nice. Why don't I do an IRL stream today as a change of pace? Just as he said that. Ding. Another message came. Max opened his message application and noticed it was from a group chat Flexi made for the Orange Squash team. Flexi. This message is sent to my lovely teammates. I have scheduled the scrimmage tomorrow night. Can we talk about it tonight at 7 p.m. in New Eden City? Please reply if you are able to meet up. The location is at O Cafe. The coordinate, XXX, 4X, XX. Well, that ruins my plan again. Max sighed tiredly as he typed his reply. Breeze. Roger. I will go to New Eden City right now as I plan to do an IRL stream anyway. Atlas. Farron and I are also free at that time. Coincidentally, our penthouse is close to that area. Flexi. Great. All bills will be on me later. So make sure to come. After that, another notification popped up. This time Flexi sent a private message to Max. Flexi. Buddy, are you planning to do an IRL stream today? Let me pick you up when you arrive at New Eden City, and let's do a vlog together. I will show you some good places in New Eden City that you will like. Oh, scratch the ruined plan, this might be a better plan. Breeze. Sounds good. I will tell you when I arrive. Flexi. Ha ha ha, I am waiting for you. We need to celebrate your victory too, right? The meal will be on you for the day. Max's lips twitched. This shameless friend wanted to get a free meal from someone poorer than him. But what Flexi said made sense. He was the one who won and got money. Spending a few dollars for a meal would be nothing. In addition, he felt rather generous today. Breeze. Got it. See you soon. Flexi. I didn't think you would agree, but that's neat. See you soon. Closing the messaging app, Max began to prepare for at least a 3-day trip to New Eden City. He didn't forget his action camera and streaming equipment. Afterward, he bought a Sky Rail ticket and departed. Because Max had ridden Sky Rail many times now, the magical wonder he experienced for the first time was gone. The scenery also became less impressive than he remembered it to be. All of it just became normal. 165 Sky Rail will arrive at New Eden Station shortly. Please don't forget your belongings and be ready to leave from the left side. Repeating. The announcement from the speaker was a sign for Max to prepare his live streaming. He put the hovering small camera on his shoulder and connected it to a wireless speaker he clipped on his collar. Then, he set up his stream and changed the title. IRL Stream. Celebrating my victory with my friend and a big announcement. #EarlStream #New Eden City #vlog #culinary. Livestream starts. The loading screen was played as soon as he pressed start, and many viewers flogged into the stream. After his video and his feat yesterday, his followers increased to 800k now. The number of people waiting on his stream even before it started also increased. Viewers, 15,162. Yo, IRL stream. This is what the girls want. What's the announcement? It's making me curious. Morning. You're pretty early today, Breeze. Monday morning, we're greeted with IRL stream from Breeze. You're in New Eden City. Whoa, talking about moving fast. He knew no rest. I am fucking traumatic of a car, you bastard. How can you ask me to drive one? He screamed in his mind. Surprisingly, hovercar was pretty okay because it had no wheel. Just riding it was okay for him, but driving him was another matter. Of course, Flexi didn't know it, nor did his viewers, who teased him for being unable to drive a simple hovercar. Once they were comfortable inside, Max decided to ask, "So, where are we going first?" "I will leave the destination to you since I know nothing but Biozone headquarters in this city." "Ah, you will like this place." Flexi grinned as he started the hovercar. "We will go to a brothel." Max froze as he heard it. Brothel. Are they going for a good time? SNU time. Damn, Flexi is doing something bad behind the scene. Don't you dirty Breeze. Which brothel? I want to join. Breeze's spanking session soon. I mean, will he spank someone again? Slap them. Kick them. Burn them. After a second, Max recovered enough to think straight. He opened his contact list and mumbled, Lisa. Where is her contact? I need to report it to Lisa. Hearing his lover's name mentioned, Flexi panicked. Hey, it's not that kind of brothel, but brothel. It's different. Huh. Don't touch me, pervert. Max slapped Flexi's hand away and went to the corner of the car. Sorry, but my channel is PG-15. Please keep that fucking word away from my fucking stream. You just said fucking twice, dude. Flexi sighed. Well, I know you will like this place, just trust me. I am driving now. No, save me. My purity is in danger. Ha 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 ha. You're coming whether you like it or not. Without giving Max a chance to say anything, Flexi put his feet on the gas, and the hovercar moved. A scream and a laugh echoed loudly inside. R.I.P. Breeze's purity. We will remember it. Sob I can't get his purity. I am sad. Pat you can take my purity instead. How is it? Guys, get a room. This noble me don't like gross stuff. Do it privately, 1 diots. Yes, daddy sucker. Police. This is the guy. He tried to touch Viscount Bloodsucker. After roughly 20 minutes of shaky ride, an orange hover car entered a spacious parking area, and the orange-haired driver stepped outside. We've arrived at brothel. Flexi said as he got out of his car and peered inside at Max. Come on, buddy. Let's have fun. There are plenty of sports you can do inside. Tisk, it was your fault for creating that misunderstanding. Max clicked his tongue and stepped out, glaring at Flexi. Who knew that brothel is the name of a sports center? I thought it was that kind of place. If you hadn't explained it, I almost threw myself out of the car earlier. Don't worry, it's Flexi's fault. We almost lost a gem. That orange. I will peel him and turn him into juice. I have a blender, let me help. I'll do you one better, I have a drill and grass cutter. I'll do you one better. I have a factory to grill meat. We can make Flexi juice there. Why not just feed him to a dog? I don't think it's good for human consumption. Ha ha ha, my bad. I didn't know you were unaware of it, knowing this place is pretty famous. Flexi laughed wryly after he read the scary comments from Max's viewers. Holy shit, these guys are serious. He screamed in his mind. Meanwhile, Max ignored his friend's comment and looked at the impressive building that stood before him. He now knows why this place was called brothel. It wasn't actually one business, but 2 businesses in one building. Bro Sports and the Lodge. The sign was written with capital letters that exactly spelled brothel on purpose. Both were the biggest sports center and store in New Eden City. The building itself was massive, seemingly able to handle more than 100,000 people. So, Turning to Flexi, Max asked a question, "Why do you think I would like to visit this place? I know I like parkour and sports, but I have no plan to change my shoes or equipment right now. And for the record, I won't buy you shoes." "Hey, everyone said so at the beginning." Flexi scoffed and walked to the store. "Follow me. I bet you will change your mind." Max sighed and followed Flexi. "I guess I will take a look since we're already here. The name is terrible, but I will try to trust you." Do you trust what he said, chat? Will I change my mind about this place? While I don't like what Flexi did, he was correct. If you like sports, you will definitely like Brothel. Brothel is a sports heaven. Not only are there stores, but you will also find sports center. Flexi is crazy. Look at what he got. So much stuff. Nguor has donated 1,000 diamonds. Take this money for shopping. Not much, but I hope it helps. Lovely Otter has donated 2,500 diamonds. Those pair of black and blue shirts and pants look good with the innerwear. Take them, Breeze. Thank you for the donation, Nguor and Lovely Otter. I plan to get a set, so this is perfect. Max said as he brought everything he took to the cashier. After walking around for a while with Flexi, he bought 2 pairs of shoes, one for running and parkour and one for mountain climbing. He also bought a pair of clothes Lovely Otter pointed at in a black, tight inner suit. As for Flexi, please send everything to this address. The orange-haired streamer bought a lot of things. A lot, as in, a lot. He couldn't even hold the items with him and only put them in a note to pay for them. He only brought a pair of climbing shoes and a pair of comfortable orange shirts and pants. That would be $12,720, sir. The cashier employee said with a professional smile as if used to such a bulk buy. Flexi tapped his smartwatch against the paying screen and finished his transaction. He waited to the side while holding a paper bag with 2 items he bought earlier. That would be $450, sir. The cashier employee said once again as she looked at Max. Her smile remained, but she looked at him a bit strangely as if idolizing him. Max nodded, brushed it off without thinking anything, and proceeded to pay. After paying for his item, Flexi called out from the side. "Let's try them, shall we?" he said, pointing with his thumb at the large wooden door, something pretty rare in this age, that connected to the place adjacent to Bro Sports. The lodge is the perfect place for that. I bet you will be more impressed than earlier. Before, Max was skeptical due to the name brothel being anything good. But now, he was looking forward to the lodge. "Show me, veteran," he said as he followed Flexi. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. If Bro Sports was a heaven for sports equipment, then the lodge was a paradise for sports enthusiasts. The first room they entered from Bro Sports was a wall climb room. Many people stood around the large room. Some of them climbed an artificially constructed wall with manufactured grips placed in a way that imitated real bouldering paths in the world. Soft mattresses were installed below to soften the fall. Not only that, but there was also a tall wall with a safety rope. Someone was climbing it at a fast speed, like a spider. And on the smaller wall on its side, a young man a little bit younger than Max tried to climb slowly, making his way up. On the other side of the room was an obstacle area. Thin ledge, cliffhanger, salmon ladder, unstable ladder. There was also a bouncing spider, a rope swing, and a warped wall. Any obstacles someone wanted to find, the area had everything they had to offer. "Buddy," Max muttered in a low voice as he kept looking around, "I want to live in this place. Sorry to break it to you. While the name of this place is the lodge, it has no lodge." Flexi answered with a grin, "But well, you will be able to visit anytime while you're in this city, no? The name is a pun. I thought it was a lodge at first, but I found out it isn't a lodge. I was bamboozled. Whoever named this place is a genius. Many people want to find a lodge, but they find a sports center and are happy with it. He got many customers thanks to this. Why don't they open a franchise and name it the Inn? Fool. That won't spell brothel but brother. It doesn't live up to the name. The chat conversed among themselves as Max nodded at Flexi. Ignoring your pun, you're correct. Still, can we use them for free? Usually, no. Flexi shook his head, but since we bought something from Bro Sports, we will be able to use this place to try the new equipment we have for free. Of course, it only applies until we leave. The bill serves as our ticket. Ah, that's why the person near that door asked to see our bill. Exactly. The orange-haired streamer snapped his fingers and pointed at him. So, we will use this opportunity to have fun. What do you think of racing using the obstacles in that corner? In VR, you might be unbeatable. But I am confident with my strength in real life. Oh, you're challenging me. Max raised his eyebrows as he looked at Flexi. Through his self-reflection, he learned not to be arrogant. But that only applied when he faced strangers or people he didn't know pretty well, like Puppeteer. Facing them, he would be humble and calculating, pretending to be normal while actually a predator. As for Flexi, the story would be different. She peeked a little bit and saw what happened. Max was still arguing with Flexi about who would go first and began to play rock paper scissors to decide it. Just looking at them a little was enough. She quickly pulled her head back and put her hand on her chest. Calm down. He doesn't know that it's you. There is no way he knows. I am totally different from when we met. She calmed herself down, breathing deeply. The girl shook her head and nodded to herself. With herself looking different from when she met with him, there was no way he would realize it. Yes, there is no way he realizes I am Princess Peach. Woah, that was embarrassing. I got flustered because I thought he called out to me because he recognized me. I want to bury myself on the ground so bad. Stupid Theo. I am so stupid. Princess Peach, known as Theo Stark in real life, crouched and berated herself. Meanwhile, near the course of the day, Max groaned because he had just lost the rock paper scissors and had to let Flexi go first. Ha ha ha. Too bad. It seems that in terms of RNG, the goddess of luck still smiles at me more. You need to go to a shrine or a church to cleanse yourself, buddy. Grr. As much as I want to deny it, I know that the goddess of RNG doesn't smile at me often. Max responded, is her type someone who is loud and annoying? I should be louder if that's the case. He, it just means I am more charming to her. Flexi laughed loudly, but still, that girl from earlier was cute. She also seems to recognize you. Maybe she's your fan. He smirked. Nah, I don't think so. Max looked at the place where the pink-haired girl disappeared and shrugged his shoulders. I thought it was someone I recognized at first, but I was wrong. They have similar pink hair, but the girl I know is arrogant, while the girl from earlier gets flustered easily. They are different people. Do you mean Princess Peach? Yeah, they are too different. Even if they have the same pink hair, their personalities are so different. Guys, do you understand the term roleplay? There is no way they are the same person. Is that so? Flexi asked as he read the chat and found out the identity of the person Max talked about. Well, teasing you isn't that fun anymore with you having someone you have fallen with. His grin widened as he teased his friend. Shut up and go. I am ready to time you. Max growled and opened a screen with a stopwatch. I hope you have 5 grand ready to transfer to me. Tisk, no fun. Flexi clicked his tongue and stood on the starting line of the course. I am ready. All right, after 3. Max said as he hovered his finger in front of the stopwatch. Ready. 1, 2, 3. Once Flexi crossed the start line, Max started the countdown. The orange-haired streamer immediately entered the first out of 5 obstacles in the course of the day. The rule was simple, he just needed to clear all obstacles without falling to the mattresses. Starting from the first obstacle was a simple rolling log. It was a log that spun around, and it was pretty slippery. Flexi moved pretty slowly and tried to balance his body so he wouldn't fall by doing a duck walk. It was safer, and he reached the other side easily. Phew. Ha ha ha, buddy. Did you see that? I am pretty fast. He smiled constantly as he proceeded to the second obstacle without looking at Max. Seeing his friend, he could only smile wryly. That's fast, Max thought, smirking. From his perspective, that was pretty slow. There was a better way to cross the rolling log with speed. Something he was pretty familiar with because he had experienced it before in his past life. It reminds me of the warrior show I tried to join once. I will win this. His grin widened as he watched Flexi start the second obstacle after preparing himself. From the name written on the supporting beam, the next obstacle was called throttle pegs. Flexi took 2 pegs, which spun around with his hand, and stabbed them into the hole in the wall. There were similar holes that extended to the next obstacle preparation area. Ah! The orange-haired stream groaned as he pulled one peg and inserted it in another hole. He moved from the left to the right wall slowly. The peg kept spinning and made the obstacle harder. Come on, he shouted to motivate himself. He was clearly struggling as his veins popped up on his temple. After transferring the peg to the 10th and the last hole, Flexi had to swing and jump to the safe spot. He moved back and forth, gathering his momentum using the spinning rod, and jumped after he was sure of it. It didn't need to be mentioned that he landed safely on the green mattress, which was the safe area before the third obstacle. Flexi's physical ability was above average. He was pretty strong and agile. Did you see that? Ooh, Flexi is pretty good. As I thought, this man isn't someone to be looked down upon IRL. He's so good. Among all streamers I know, Flexi probably ranked pretty high in IRL physical strength. He got many gym sponsors, after all. Go Flexi. Beat Breeze and save the money I put into the mission. I trust you, Flexi. Show Breeze's fans your POWAAAARRR. Reading the chat, where his viewers began to join the stream, he smirked at Max and positioned himself for the third and probably the easiest obstacle, log transfer. 5 logs were placed before each other at different heights. The first logs were 10 centimeters in diameter, but that quickly shrunk until it was only 5 centimeters in diameter, not even enough for a single foot to step on. Not only that, the distance between each log was also further apart with each progress. Inhaling deeply, Flexi stepped onto the first log and then to the second log with no problem. He proceeded to the third, and starting from this, he had to jump to the fourth and did his best to leap to the fifth and to the safe area. Each momentum was important, and stopping was foolish. Fortunately, Flexi managed to finish it almost perfectly, although he stumbled on his landing and almost fell. Phew, that was close. He wiped the sweat on his forehead. Then, he turned to Max, still with a smirk that adorned his annoying face. How's that? Well, so. Max shrugged his shoulders. Looking at his friend, his grin widened. You might want to hurry if you don't want to pay me $5 grand. Oh, maybe you want to give me the money. Feel free to take your time then. Thank you for the donation, Kling. I will be waiting for your next bet. Breeze, probably. Somehow, I can hear the money clanging in my ears. Is this my imagination? Standing in front of the first obstacle, Max began to stretch his arms and legs. Alright, chat, let's finish this in under 3 minutes, shall we? At that moment, a notification rang. Ding! Freaking noob has started a mission. Stream mission, finish it in under 2 minutes. Reward, 5,000 diamonds. One of his old viewers started another quest on top of the previous one, whose reward had already accumulated more than 30k diamonds thanks to everyone's participation. Max read the new mission given by his viewer and hummed. Finishing the course of the day in under 2 minutes. Would it be possible for him? Well, it was a challenge, so it excited him. Let's see if I can finish your mission, freaking noob. For the sake of my old viewer, I will do my best. He closed the mission panel and turned to Flexi. I am ready whenever. Wait. Flexi shouted back as he meddled with a screen in front of him. His fingers moved on the keyboard, and when he stopped, another notification popped up in front of Max. Ding! Flexi has started a mission. Stream mission, finish the course in under a minute. Reward, 500,000 diamonds. Holy shish 1T. 500k diamonds. Isn't that 10 grand? Flexi rich. Flexi rich. Daddy Flexi, give me a part of your wealth. But a minute. Can Breeze finish the course in under a minute? This is clearly an impossible mission. Mission impossible. My bad, I just have to say it. A grin appeared on Flexi's face as he looked at Max's stupefied face and the chat's reaction. Are you ready, buddy? The orange-haired streamer shouted at him with a provoking tone. Max, whose head was in the sky after getting a new mission, forced a smile on his face. This was clearly a provocation. A minute. Cracking his fingers and chalking his hands, he looked at his friend and raised his middle finger. Bring it on. All right, Flexi said with an energetic tone and raised his hand. On go. 1, 2, 3, go. As he finished his word, he swung his hand down. And Max ran at full speed without hesitation. Max cleared the first obstacle, the rolling log, in just 2 steps. He leapt to the middle of the log and jumped again before it could even spin with pure speed. Collective gasps could be heard from the spectators, and his viewers also didn't believe what they had just seen. Duck walk versus jump, which one is faster? No one needs to ask. This man destroyed our common sense many times. What's next? I thought clearing the course of the day in under a minute was impossible. But, look at that. 5 seconds only to clear the first obstacle. Now comes the second obstacle that took a lot of time, throttle pegs. Will he be able to clear it at a fast speed? Indeed. Unlike the rolling log, throttle pegs needed grip strength and carefulness. If one was too fast, they could slip before inserting the peg into the hole. And unlike the first obstacle, the second obstacle needed to be cleared according to the rules. Creating a shortcut was also impossible, as the safe zone was separated by more than 10 meters. The low ceiling made it impossible to clear it by jumping across. Of course, Max chose the usual way. He took 2 pegs and began to insert them into the hole. However, he inserted them by skipping 1 hole each time, making his speed faster. And when there were only 3 holes left, he stopped and began to accumulate the momentum to reach the safe zone. HMPH. A snort escaped his nostril as he threw himself forward. He managed to land safely and spent no time lying around. His feet moved toward the third obstacle, log transfer. Without even stopping for a second, he cleared the third obstacle. Following that, he jumped to the rope swing and transferred to ring fly. All movement was smooth and captivating. But Max stopped when he grabbed the ring. His hand began hurting, and he winced slightly. Crazy. Who is that guy? Many spectators expressed their wonder. A handsome face and a skillful movement. 2 combinations that attracted attention caused a crowd to form around the course of the day. The spectators were surprised lol. Still, the 4th obstacle took his time. He hasn't moved for 2 seconds now. Breeze is slightly exhausted. This is intense. Indeed. Max felt his breathing become heavier. Adrenaline was pumping in his blood. He could feel the intense moment with his heightened senses. The tension made his hair rise and his lips curled up. It's fun. It was as if he was back at that time where he enjoyed the attention the most. Not a virtual attention, but an IRL one. He seldom showed his skill in reality besides some parkour footage where he had no proper equipment. Anyway, after stopping for roughly 4 seconds because he felt that he would fall if he forced himself, he moved again to the second ring. He didn't try to jump but transferred his hand by swinging his body. It was the safest option. My body is still weaker than Flexi, but I can do this. Stopping briefly on the third ring, Max moved back and forth to build momentum before throwing himself to the safe zone. He landed and rolled his body, laughing as he stood up and put more chalk into his hands. Ha ha ha, the last one. Stream mission number 3 failed. Ah, there went 10 grand. So sad. It seems a minute is indeed impossible. That's why it's called Mission Impossible. Flexi only did that to tease him. Freaking Flexi need to be educated. Me too. I want to challenge myself. Count me in. The spectators surrounded the course of the day and approached Max as he walked down the stairs. They praised him and asked how he trained and stuff. Facing them, Max only smiled wryly and said that he trained like usual while trying his best to reunite with Flexi again. But that was useless. He was kept within the crowd for a while. A minute 17 seconds. Amidst the commotion, Flexi announced the time with a surprised expression. His hand that touched the money transfer confirmation on the screen stayed still in the air. Holy shit. He became better with each passing day. He muttered. Losing 5 grand in such a bet would usually make one angry, frustrated, or disappointed. However, Flexi had a different thought. He looked at his friend, who was now surrounded by many people. The gaze directed at him indicated that he needed help to escape the situation. The crowd's excitement and their desire to know Max's training program got him an idea. I smell money and fame. He smiled widely as he moved toward them. As the orange-haired streamer got closer, he could hear their question was still centered on how to clear the obstacle fast or how Max trained. Flexi inserted himself between the crowd and patted Max's shoulder. Ha ha ha, my buddy, Breeze. I lost, he said in a voice louder than everyone combined. As promised, I have transferred the 5 grand. I will be waiting for your training and tutorial videos on PunkTube. If you need any kind of help, just tell me right now. Naturally, I, Flexi, will help you to create it. Hearing that, Max was caught off guard. What training and tutorial video? I never planned to make those things yet. He screamed in his mind. Flexi was too selfish and decided everything by himself. He glared at his friend, but the orange-haired streamer only gestured for him to look around. The spectators began to murmur among themselves. Videos. Ah, he's a streamer. It seems the orange-haired guy calls him Breeze. I will remember their names. So he will upload his training and tutorial videos on PunkTube. I will subscribe to him and wait for his videos. We shouldn't bother them if they are still streaming. That was enough of a hint. Max wasn't stupid to miss such an obvious thing. Once again, Flexi showed him the way to stream and promote himself. Thanks, buddy, he said to Flexi. I will make the videos soon and upload them on my PunkTube. No worries, Flexi said and turned to the crowd, who began to leave one by one. Please don't worry. We will cover everything in the video, so stay tuned to Breeze's channel. I also have my own tutorial focused on core strength on Flexi's channel. Feel free to visit and subscribe. Look at the shameless promotion lol. Flexi slowly teach Breeze the way like a good senior kekeki. How shameless. I love it. I want to be there and meet them. I like how Flexi handles things. He don't cause a lot of commotion and satisfy everyone. Does this mean we can look forward to more Breeze's tutorial? Good Flexi, I love you. Everyone got excited, even when Flexi only promoted his channel. The smaller crowd still asked something, but it wasn't as unbearable as before. Most of them who stayed were those who knew Max and Flexi already and wanted to chat a little. As part of the service, Max and Flexi decided to answer their questions before continuing with other sports in the lodge, such as wall climbing and recreational sports such as bungee jumping. They sometimes competed with each other until they were satisfied. They did it without any bet because Flexi didn't want to lose more money, and Max used this chance to mock him as a coward. Time flew past without them noticing. Once they realized it, their clothes were already drenched in sweat and the clock had showed 4 p.m. It was time to rest and move to another place to meet Farron and Atlas for the big announcement. Both Flexi and Max were pretty tired. They went to a cafe where they planned to meet up with Farron and Atlas ahead of time to rest and have something to eat. Man, I am beat. Flexi whined and groaned as he leaned against the soft chair. That was too much even for me. How about you? As you can see, Max replied with a painful groan. His head was on the table and his muscles refused to move. I am dead. He's already dead. Lol, I love his suffering look. Breeze looks like a ghost now. He probably needs to eat a lot of things. No wonder that he ended up like this. He sweats like crazy earlier. Ha ha ha. The chat made fun of him, and Flexi laughed loudly. I guess your body is still not as good as I thought. But still, it's an excellent progress. To reach this far from that condition, the orange-haired gaze at Max didn't lack any sort of respect. I was genuinely surprised when you beat me in the course of the day earlier. Good job, buddy. Yeah, Max groaned, having no way to reply seriously in his condition. Normally, he would make fun of Flexi for saying such a cheesy line. But all he could think about right now was ending the day and getting onto a fluffy bed to rest. That probably would feel like floating in heaven. He raised his head and looked at his orange-haired friend, who was preparing the material for the meeting later. When will my order come? I am starving. It will be prepared soon. Thank you for waiting. Oh, speak of the devil. Just as Flexi answered his question, a robot tray approached his table on the second floor. It used the arm to move the order, 2 spaghetti and 2 iced cappuccinos, on the table. The aroma made the already starving Max salivating. They immediately devoured the meal like raving wolves. The spaghetti on the plate disappeared soon, and Max gulped the free iced water the cafe had given them when they had just entered. Iced cappuccino was something to enjoy, not something to be gulped down to satisfy his thirst. The meal was satisfying. But it was somehow not enough for them. Let's order more. Flexi suggested, I know you're still hungry. It would be strange not to after such strenuous activity. Right. I want something big this time. Like fried rice. Max responded. The spaghetti was fine, but the portion was too small for adult men like them. It was a cafe portion and not a restaurant portion. Thus, it was smaller and more expensive than usual. Oh, East cuisine. Sounds good. The orange-haired streamer grinned and inserted another order. Then, he moved the screen to Max. Please pay for it. Your promise. Groaning, Max tapped his smartwatch on the screen to pay for the new order, 2 fried rice and a refill of iced water. He promised to pay for today's meal. It's no use thinking about it. I believe it won't be harmful and only for a laugh. He thought. Besides, if he tries to do anything I don't like, I can always get it back from him. Time was ticking. Flexi focused on his job, and Max played a puzzle game to entertain his viewers. After some time, tearing, welcome to O Cafe. Flexi raised his head and smiled. Oh, they are here, he said. Max's sitting position had his back facing the entrance, so he had to turn around to look at the incoming guests. When he turned around, his eyes widened in surprise. Yahoo! Farron greeted excitedly as usual while Atlas nodded at them. They were wearing matching clothes, with Farron in a dress and Atlas in casual clothes. However, Max's eyes weren't on them. Instead, he looked at the girl standing next to them. It was Lily. Good evening. She greeted them with a smile. She approached Max and stopped before him, leaning forward and whispering. Congratulations on winning, Max. And after that, she unexpectedly planted a soft kiss on his cheek. That's my reward. He immediately coiled back and looked in disbelief at her mischievous and shy grin. Oh plus oh. What did I just see? Lily pixel kissed Breeze. How envious. I mean, what the heck? The ship is sailing. Woohoo. Wait, I am going to draw this. So cute. I love them. Ha ha ha, he didn't expect the kiss and freeze like a robot. Did she just kiss me? He froze as he watched Lily sit right next to him. It was still an incomprehensible experience. Why would Lily suddenly kiss him? There was only one explanation. A single girl giggled in amusement as she looked proud while watching them. Did I do good? She muttered in a way that only Max could understand her. Hell yeah, Max answered in his mind. A few hours ago, Lily arrived in New Eden City with her brother, Peter Spencer, and dropped off in Farron's penthouse. If you need anything, just call me. I will be in the company building with Rebecca for the whole day. Peter reminded his sister with a worried face. And don't go anywhere alone. It's dangerous. Stay with Farron. It will be safer around her. I am not a child anymore. I understand already. Lily pouted and turned around, leaving Peter behind. The man only looked at his sister and sighed. She has been slightly hard on him lately. It felt like she suddenly matured and changed. Not that it was a bad thing. But he felt like he became more insignificant for her. As for Lily herself, she also wanted to be more independent. She didn't want to count on her brother for everything anymore and walked on her own path. Entering the apartment, she looked back and saw her brother leaving in his hovercar. She sighed in relief because he wasn't as clingy as he was in the past. That part of him became better, and she didn't really feel burdened anymore around him. Not only that, but he also didn't stop her from meeting new people since he took her into that program. Although she felt a bit nervous, she was happy that she was able to meet Max at that time. And the good news was, her brother seemed to like him too. I am happy he understands. A smile graced her lips as she entered the elevator. The guard of this apartment already recognized her as Farron's friend, as she often visited her in the past. The top floor was where the cheerful girl lived. The elevator stopped, and Lily stepped out. At that time, Lily, Farron leapt toward her with open arms, hugging her tightly. The older girl's platinum hair fluttered as she spun around and held her hands with a wide smile. You're here. How long has it been since you last visited? Come, make yourself comfortable inside. Don't pull me, Farron. I can walk by myself. Sorry. Farron released her hand as they reached a room. It's here. Come in. They entered the room, and the platinum-haired girl welcomed Lily. The room was massive, with a large living room, completed with a lounge area, and many bedrooms. A man was sitting on a couch watching a video about a game. He was Atlas, Farron's boyfriend. Can you buy us some snacks from the cafe below? Thanks. Farron exclaimed, you can take your time. Farron, I don't need any snacks. And you don't need to. It's fine. Farron waved her off easily. And Atlas, who was asked to do the simple task, looked at her with a soft smile. Reward? I have not. Lily muttered, and her eyes widened. What should I give him, Farron? I forgot about it. Yesterday, I spent a whole day creating music, and I haven't finished it yet, so I can't give it to him. Should I buy him a necklace or something? Necklace or something is a gift a man gift to a woman. Farron explained, grinning like a fox, I have an idea. Why don't you? She told Lily her idea of a gift, which both sides would most likely like. And because Max only finished second and did not achieve an overall victory, Farron suggested only to gift something smaller than the real reward. And it came down to a kiss on the cheek. Lily finished her explanation as she sat next close to Max, hiding the part where she tried to create music about him. After the story finished, Max looked at Farron. The platinum-haired girl secretly gave him a thumb up and looked at him with a gaze that said, how is it? I am a good wingwoman, no. He had to admit he liked the gift. The usual Lily wouldn't even think about it. While he was surprised that Lily became a reserved member of their team, he was also grateful that she became one. That meant they could practice together once in a while and meet more often. I guess I will let Flexi and Farron slide with this one. Smiling, Max looked straight at Lily's eyes. Thank you. That was a nice gift. It was embarrassing and not much, but I am glad you liked it. Once again, congratulations. Yeah. They laughed together in a small voice. The other three, who were experienced in romance already, looked at them with a warm gaze. They are so cute together. Don't you think they will become famous if we shoot their picture now and put it in my model magazine, Farron held her cheek as she nuzzled closer to her lover. I agree. Atlas nodded. But don't do that without their consent. Tisk. And here I prepared money to buy their magazine. What a bummer. But I screenshotted it already. I will print it and put it in my room. Same. Screenshot taken, posted, and archived. Naturally, it's for personal view, so I won't share it. Farron is the best wingwoman fr father. I want one Farron at home. Hey, dream on, dude. There will only be one Farron. There is no one in your home. You're single, accept the reality. Goo. It hurts. Slap the one above me. Once again, it was another day for a streamer filled with interesting content, whether it was intentional or not. The viewers loved it. Having prepared all the material, Flexi clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. He had already started his own livestream while Max and Lily flirted in their own world, forgetting the others' presence. Cough. Breeze, let's announce that to our viewers first before we continue. Max snapped out from his stupor, which he didn't even realize, and looked at Flexi. You're right. We need to announce it and have a meeting. He had been ignoring both his viewers and the group altogether since Lily arrived. Self-reflection. What kind of self-reflection when he almost repeated his mistake again? He needed to get a grip on this. WTF Flexi. We are enjoying their conversation. That orange hair. I will boil him down into orange juice for sure. Oh cafe, is it? I am close. Am I allowed to kidnap him when they leave? I am joking. Count me in. I just returned from brothel. I am not joking. Lol. Breeze is falling so hard that he forgot about the world. Your interaction with Lily is just so cute that I clipped all of it he. It's a blessing. When he looked at the chat, he saw the viewers were mocking and teasing him as usual. Some were threatening Flexi in a joking manner. That relieved Max slightly. Don't kidnap Flexi, guys. He hasn't paid me for joining his team yet. He said to his viewers as he set the camera so it showed all 5 members surrounding the table. That's right. Breeze hasn't gotten his money yet. Don't kidnap Flexi yet. Nothing beats money. Tisk, and here I have my rope ready. Damn, I had rented a van already. Plan failed, I guess. Let's just have a van party. That escalated quickly. He knew they were joking, though, so he continued. Anyway, I will announce the stuff I have been keeping secret from this morning. Afterward, I will have a meeting, so the stream will end at this point, I guess. He paused and turned to Flexi. Leader, I will give you the honor. You just showed your cards to your opponent. Wait, a mock tournament. Isn't that better than the joint or playing ranked tournaments? Screw strategy. No, if we think about this again. Isn't today 19th? The tournament is still 10 days away. Even if their strategy is countered, they can just create a new one. Thus, the teams will have multiple strategies, and it will only benefit them. It makes other teams wary too, especially those who don't join this scrim. Exactly. Not all viewers were dumb or liked to joke around. There were also those who loved games more than anyone and had deeper research even compared to some professional gamers. They immediately knew the pros and cons of this scrim. And thus, I worked hard, inviting many teams. Unfortunately, among 40 teams I extended my invitation to, only 19 teams agreed to join the scrim. We will separate them into 2 groups and imitate the preliminaries, with the 20th team composed of our reserved members who were interested in playing. This scrim will be hosted by me tomorrow at 4 p.m. The details will be announced tomorrow. 20 teams, composed of professional players, will compete in training. Isn't that exciting? We will try many strategies you have never seen before, so make sure to watch the stream. You will also be able to see beautiful me defeating the evil roaches. So please watch and send many donations. Farron added and winked at the camera. The destructiveness of the world-class model was instantly apparent. I will. Even if I got into an accident, I will definitely watch the stream. You can take over Flexi's stream. I will definitely donate. Farron in Flexi's stream, huh? Interesting. Of course, the channel's owner could only smile wryly. Fortunately, Max's viewers were different from Flexi's. Well, we love seeing Breeze and Lily already. So are they going to play together? I am looking forward to it. Breeze x Lily versus Army of Roaches. They will decimate them. The breezy pair is now gone, but Breely will stand strong. Indeed, they loved the pair more than Farron. Setting aside viewers who were here to joke around, the game theorist began to share and post the announcement Flexi posted on his strike. Scrimmage, the idea we abandoned a long time ago. Will scrim be effective for professional players, or will it only reveal their weaknesses? First scrim after a long time. The concept is the same, but the name is different. Will Flexi prove its effectiveness? No one was willing to hold a practice match, which cost money, to benefit other teams. This is a bold move from Flexi and his team. They were skeptical of the result. Most people who had followed the gaming world for so long knew that such an event was already held in the past. Practice matches against other teams had been tested only to reveal one's weakness to the other teams. However, these practice matches in the past were for an individual fighting game, which needed one to hide their fighting style. On the opposite of these theorists was the opportunist. They could see the differences between this time's practice match with the one in the past. Roach Planet is a team game where 10 teams are competing at once. This scrim will help a team know their weaknesses better than other teams, and they can use that to do focus training and fix it before the competition day arrives. I believe scrim will be useful for a game where many teams are put in a map, such as Battle Royale, and will have the opposite result in a game where two teams went against each other directly. Let's see how it's going tomorrow. No one has tried to hold a practice match since the Ground Fighter 4 famous failure where the previous champion was defeated in round 1 after he returned from the practice match. However, I am curious about the result with this scrim. I will interview one of the team after they finish to find out. The internet was divided into two almost immediately. No, into three. The first group was skeptical about the scrim result, saying that it would only expose the team's weaknesses to the others. The second group was curious about the scrim result and the change it brought to the competition. And the third group was those who didn't even think this scrim would be useful at all. Scrim is useless and we are better off playing against other players in a ranked match. We will only practice with other professional teams on the training joint a day before the match. He, you're the best. Farron exclaimed and hugged Atlas. Both of them stood up, preparing to leave. But before they walked away, Atlas turned to Lily. We will return to our home after this. What about you, Lily? We are responsible for escorting you until Stone Sword picks you up. I am staying with Max, Lily answered without missing a beat. Oh. Farron's lips curled into an amused grin. She eyed Max, who nodded softly at her. That meant he would take responsibility for Lily's safety. Well, if that's what she wanted, let's go home first, she said, tugging Atlas' sleeve and pulling him to leave. Seeing the sign, the orange-haired streamer also stood up. I also need to return home now, or Lisa will kill me. Flexi said, I have reserved a Biozone hotel for you, the suite, for 3 days. Use it and enjoy your time. He gave Max a thumbs up and ran out of the cafe. Only Max and Lily were left around the table filled with empty glasses and plates. They looked at each other briefly and Max asked, shall we go to another place? They stood up at the same time. And as if it was natural, Lily's hand sought Max's and held it. He looked pretty surprised but calmed down when he saw her smile. He smiled back at her. Let's go, then. I have a place that I want to show you. And thus, they walked out of the cafe together. New Eden City was the capital of the United Nations as well as a hub where many famous people gathered. People who lived in this city often met with their idols and celebrities, so the sight of them walking on the street was pretty common. The citizens didn't bother them nor stare at them, making the celebrities comfortable walking outside. It was a kind of unwritten rule in this city. However, some celebrities sometimes took the limelight of people's attention. However, people didn't stare at them for so long as it was considered rude. Willow Park was a famous date spot in New Eden City, located near the center of the city. It was the busiest spot, filled with people every night, no matter whether it was weekdays or weekends. Trees were decorated with blinking lights. Many night stalls selling various food lined up adjacently on the right spot. Every day in this park looked like a festival. A young boy and girl walked side by side in this kind of park, linking their hands. No matter how people saw them, they were clearly a couple who went on a date. It's beautiful. It is. Max looked around the park with a smile before settling his gaze at the companion next to him. He was nervous. Just holding her hand made him happy and nervous at the same time. As someone basked in the spotlight from his parkour and streaming career, he was confident he wouldn't be nervous easily. Even when he was competing in the Midnight Heist tournament, he never felt this nervous before. And he knew that Lily was also nervous. It was apparent in her flushed face and trembling hand. And it made him happier knowing she felt the same way as him. I found this place when I was looking for a good streaming spot on the trip this morning. In the end, Flexi took me to the sports center, so I had no chance to visit this park. Max explained as he scratched his cheek. He paused slightly and looked at the fountain in front of him. Water spurted like a geyser, dancing with diffused golden gem-like lights shining behind. But I am glad I can visit it now. This park is truly beautiful. I would regret it if I didn't see this scenery. Lily nodded and tightened her grip. I agree. I got the inspiration to finish my new song too. Thank you for bringing me here. She looked at him and smiled. But when we met at the park, I changed my mind. I wanted to learn the wall run, so I asked you directly. And that changed my perspective. Even when I introduced myself as Lily Spencer and not Lily Pixel, you didn't change your attitude at all. And then, as time passed, I changed. Max remembered their first meeting. He thought Lily was beautiful then, and he was slightly charmed, but that was it. His priority at that time was having fun and doing parkour, which he hadn't done in 3 years due to his past life accident. For him, getting to know other people wasn't important. And that apparently helped Lily. Knowing someone who was not only interesting but treated her as just Lily instead of Peter Spencer's little sister, or Lily Pixel's the world record holder, or even White Lily the talented singer, was refreshing and new. Knowing you changed me, and I liked the change. Having someone who wasn't interested in me was really uncommon. Atlas is a different case, as he is not interested in people other than Farron. But you, while not changing your attitude, retain your interest in me. I know that, hee. Because I am the same. Max and Lily used a similar method when approaching other people. What was different was that Max liked to talk more, while Lily liked silence. Not only that, but she only had a few friends close to her, and that naturally formed her reserved attitude, making her talk less. The more he knew about her, the more he was interested in her. He wanted to tell her about his parkour journey, but that was impossible. He wanted to tell her that he had an accident that led his love to streaming, but that was also impossible. I have talked a lot, and now I am thirsty. She said, holding his hand tighter and looking at him. Shall we buy something to drink? All he could do now was one. Holding her hand tighter and smiling. Assuring her that he would be there for her and never change. But the latter was impossible. Maybe he would change a little, but that change would bring him closer to her. Yeah. Once again, they didn't need confirmation. They didn't need confession. As they secretly harbor their feelings, which both knew very well, the two clumsy youngsters made their way back to the stall to buy a drink. On their way, the girl spoke to the boy. When I finish my next song, please listen to it. I want you to be the first one to listen to that. All right. The boy nodded, secretly looking forward to it. And after you finish your next song, please hear me out. I have something to say to you. The girl nodded next. I am looking forward to it. Blue Eden Hall was the name of one of the halls in the Eden Convention Exhibition, ECE. This building was often used for e-sport events, and Blue Eden Hall was one of them. It had complete equipment for an official event, including more than 50 latest generation VR capsules. Many advanced cameras were also installed, with professional staff operating them. They were part of the cruise that came with the rent of the hall, a package if one had to put it in a word. Naturally, the cost to rent such a hall was astronomical. However, Flexi had a way to handle it. That was by getting sponsors. Please put the box in that place. Yes, display all the sponsors in a visible manner. Please ask my secretary about the size and placement. All players will enter the hall before the scrim. Make sure to get all their faces when they do. Indeed. Thank you very much. Hello. Yes, please. Max watched his friend deal with various calls from the sponsor, staff, and the event organizer with a curious gaze. The orange-haired streamer looked very busy, and just now, he realized how much Flexi had done behind the scenes to prepare for this event. Even in the waiting room before the scrim started, he had to finish the last preparation. And I just made money from the tournament. Well, now I feel bad for him. Do you want some tea, Max? Someone called out for him from the side, holding 2 cooled bottled teas. It was Lily. Thanks, he said and took 1 bottle from her hand. You're welcome, she responded and sat next to him as if it was natural. She also observed Flexi in his work. He's pretty busy. Yeah, sadly, I know nothing about event preparation, so I can't help him. Because this hall was located close to the Biozone Hotel, Max arrived first with Lily, who stayed at the same place but in a different room. Stone Sword was the one who took them to the hall, but he couldn't stay because he was busy with Spencer Company matters. As a result, both Max and Lily arrived sooner than scheduled and ended up watching Flexi doing his last preparation for the event. Thank you. Yes, please bring the meal for the players at 4 p.m. The payment will be sent by my secretary. Yes. After talking to the restaurant responsible for takeaway food, Flexi ended the call and sighed. He even groaned loudly while cracking his neck. Is everything done? Max asked curiously as he looked at his friend's tired figure. Flexi hummed and turned to Max, smiling brightly. Yeah, I finished everything on time. Why you know my weakness and still dare to use it against me? What kind of friend are you? The one who will push you to the cliff just to have fun? Max smirked at Flexi's perplexed face. Of course, he would only push Flexi off the cliff if there was a good safety measure. But what he said was just a metaphor, so it didn't matter. Anyway, Farron and Atlas should arrive soon. Don't you have the responsibility to welcome them and guide them here, team leader? Knowing their popularity, I don't think the staff will be able to handle them. You can tell us the team we should be wary of later after we gather. You don't need to tell me. Flexi stood up and fixed his orange jacket. I will return soon. Don't do anything strange in this place. Zoo. The automatic door was closed as soon as Flexi stepped out, and Max burst out laughing. His friend could be funny at times, even when he was irritating. Usually, he wouldn't be afraid of Lisa for slacking off, but today was a busy day. So, he used this chance to threaten him and get a reaction. And the fact he didn't say anything when Flexi teased him was to get this kind of reaction. That's one win for me. However, there was someone who was unexpectedly affected by what he did earlier. Flexi is right, Lily said as she regained her composure. You're stupid, Max. When Max turned to the side, he saw Lily pouting. She inflated her cheek, trying to tell him from his expression that she was unhappy with what he said after realizing he was joking around. Forget watching Lisa chewing Flexi off. He might also be in trouble. I am sorry. He apologized with a guilty smile. That was all he could do right now. And Lily was simple. She forgave him. Don't joke about it next time, she said. As someone who wasn't as dense as a rock, Max clearly understood what she said. I won't. When both of them were ready, he would say it proudly. That he loved her. After a few minutes, Flexi returned with Farron and Atlas behind him. They immediately gathered so Flexi could give information about the opponents. Sitting around a makeshift table made from cardboard, the orange-haired streamer started. I will be frank. You guys are too good at the game, but you're still lacking in strategy, and that's our biggest weakness and strongest card. Our teamwork is good, but we are too reckless. That recklessness is fatal in a competition against professional gamers. No one denied what Flexi said because that was the truth. Not many opponents would be able to stop you guys when you seriously attack them. That's why I will just tell you a few teams that I think would be able to counter your brute force. Saying so, Flexi opened a large screen on top of the cardboard table with 5 team names, complete with their members. One of the teams was highlighted with a white line. The first one would be the Mice team with Landlord 24 as their leader. He currently has the highest MMR and undoubtedly one of the top players in Roach Planet. They are a team that focuses on strategy instead of brute force. On average, they survived up to 6 to 7 waves by holding up their base. Max whistled. He was impressed that there was a team that survived up to 6 to 7 waves, and that was on average. They possibly had survived worse, maybe reaching the 10th wave too. So we can't rely on the wave to destroy that team, Max concluded after hearing Flexi. Indeed. Just like their name, they hide like mice and have the same survival ability, even in the worst conditions. Depending on where their base spawned, they would either hide quietly or use their 2 machine guns to decimate the incoming team. Just as you can see, they do 2 MG and 2 rifle. Indeed, the image showed the team holding the said weapons. Defense-focused strategy, huh? It will be hard to attack their base. Atlas hummed as his lips curled up into a smile, but it's not impossible. I bet they are using the live grenade instead of the biochemical one. No. That's correct. Flexi confirmed, and they often hunt bosses in the first 5 waves. And now, moving on, we also need to look out for Team Big Sack. Similar to Mice, they focused on defense. Their teams use all MGs without any exception in each round. That's crazy. Farron exclaimed with a surprised face, how much do they love those big things? Powered by MVLEMPYR. Both Flexi and Max laughed merrily after reaching an agreement. Who cares if their color stood out in the gray desert? As long as there was money, there would be a way. Is this guy that simple? Does he love money so much that he's willing to have a disadvantage over other teams? Farron whispered to her lover while watching Flexi and Max shook hands. I believe so. Atlas chuckled as he watched them. Having an orange spacesuit might make us easier to detect in the gray desert. But that also makes us stand out among the rest of the teams. Both of them are streamers in nature. Standing out is their job if they want to survive in their industry, just like a model. Isn't that right? Well, you're correct. But I don't like oranges. They aren't cute. Just bear with it. Flexi finished his negotiation with Max regarding the orange spacesuit in a natural manner. They continued to talk about their strategy, as all teams they needed to worry about also joined the scrim, until the door was opened from outside. Lisa stepped into the room, and everyone looked at her. Flexi, the players have arrived, she said in a clear voice, undeterred by the attention she had gained. It's time to prepare for the stream. Thanks, Lisa. Flexi smiled and stood up, fixing his jacket once again. Looking over his teammates, he spoke. Shall we go? Flexi prepared everything for the scrim. It was a literal meaning and not just a metaphor. That preparation included other players' lodging and transportation to ECE via bus. All players arrived at the same time to get the effect that Flexi desired for the livestream. This money-blowing streamer wouldn't hesitate to spend anything to make his channel bigger. Welcome, everyone. Spreading his arms wide, Flexi greeted the incoming players from the stage. The VR capsules behind him shimmered in neon light. All cameras were rolling, and the professional staff was left to handle the shoot and real-time editing. The stream hadn't started yet, but this would be used for the loading screen later. Max stood behind Flexi with the other members, just as instructed. Silently, he watched the incoming professional players. They are all fits, unlike gamers from my past life, he thought. Once again, he recognized the greatness of science. Among them, 30% were women, which became a bit of a surprise for him if he based it on his previous life esports scene where some games division was different between men and women. But, looking back at his team, he knew that they couldn't be underestimated. I am impressed, though. They aren't afraid of cockroaches. Or maybe they are. I don't know. The professional gamers were used to this kind of scene, where they were greeted by cameras. They waved their hands and posed. Flexi did a little speech as they walked and showed them the waiting room. Only then did their team join the other in a small party. Even if it was called that, it was more like a gamers gathering to eat together. The clock showed 2 p.m., so the meal put out was something pretty light. And because the scrim would start soon, alcohol wasn't served to avoid a decline in performance. Max stood in the corner while sipping an orange juice. Flexi was a way to communicate with other team leaders to talk about the scrim. Only the members attended this party. Due to the duo lovers, Farron and Atlas, popularity in their modeling and Horizon Online, many people surrounded them. He couldn't help but chuckle when watching them try to hide their dissatisfaction, especially Farron. But they had to act because there were also cameras inside this party room. Naturally, some people also glanced at him, interested in the super rookie named Breeze. Some gazes were also directed at Lily, who stood next to him. It's uncomfortable. The gazes. They are similar to the ones I received at my family party. Lily explained while pretending not to care. Filled with jealousy. Indeed, some of the women were looking at her with clear jealousy in their eyes. Probably because they envied her almost perfect appearance. Even in a bright orange jacket filled with sponsorship that Flexi gave them as a uniform, Lily's beauty hadn't been reduced much. It was on par with Farron, a world-class model. But Max was focused on something else. The gazes the girls directed at Lily weren't strange at all. They were pretty normal. He didn't like how some people whispered while looking at them. He also didn't know what they talked about, but some were laughing after glancing at him. They definitely talked about nothing good. Well, yeah, it's suffocating, he said, agreeing with Lily. She nodded and stayed silent. After a few minutes of silence and only drinking juices on the corner, 4 young men approached them. One of them had a striking appearance, blonde hair with black earrings on his ears. He was smirking confidently and looked extremely arrogant. Team Vorpal. Max secretly eyed them and read the team they belonged to, one of the favorites to lose in an early round. He added without changing his expression. They stopped in front of the pair, and the blonde-haired man raised his hand. Unlike the angry Gallant, his teammates were able to hear what other people talked about. Their faces paled. Hey, I think it's bad continuing this. Maybe you don't know because you just stepped into the professional scene for less than a month, but that girl is dangerous. Let's go. He patted Gallant's shoulder in an attempt to calm him down. Huh. Blinded by anger, the blonde-haired guy glared at his teammates. However, the other party looked back calmly. Just follow my word right now if you want to stay in the team. The leader will kill you if he knows you hit on a girl before an important practice match. Hearing that, Gallant clicked his tongue. Tisk. He glared at Max for the last time before walking away. I won't forget this. Their appearance and their disappearance were like those of a third-time criminal in a movie. Max's anger disappeared in the middle of their conversation. Gallant was just a clown. Still, that clown dared to bother them. His smile turned into a feral grin, but he quickly wiped it off and turned to Lily. Are you okay? She nodded and smiled. I was okay, but thank you. You're welcome, he said. Observing them from the sideline was Farron and Atlas. The platinum-haired girl who saw everything secretly texted her other friend. Farron. Yeah. A nameless runt named Evan George, tag name Gallant, hit your sister. Breeze stops him, but I think that man will try to do something to both of them. I leave the rest to you. He. A mischievous giggle escaped her lips, and it didn't escape her boyfriend. What are you trying to do? Nothing. Farron closed the small screen next to her and smiled brightly at him. I just think there will be a bloodbath later. Quote. Atlas looked at her while holding on to the urge to sigh. Just don't get yourself involved directly, or Breeze won't be able to blow his steam. I won't. The party continued as if nothing had happened afterward. The couple joined Max and Lily and talked until the leader returned from their meeting and joined. And then, at 4 p.m. It's time. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Flexi Channel. We're with me, Grand, and Nature. This time, we have been given a chance to comment on the scrim. What do you think, Grand? This is an interesting concept, no? Flexi really blew his money out to prepare for this. Indeed. His preparation is also meticulous. He finished everything in less than a week, it seems. And this concept, which is proposed by Breeze, looks so interesting. I have to agree. But, many people are still skeptical as to why they decided to hold this kind of practice match. They said this will expose team weaknesses. Haha, let me answer that question. The truth is, 2 hosts, Grand and Nature, started the stream when the scrim was about to start. They skillfully led the conversation to introduce scrim, the benefit, and why it was held, all while pushing Flexi into a higher moral ground to increase his popularity. Something like this was too much for a scrim. Even Max was surprised that the preparation was just like that of an official tournament instead of just a normal practice match. The rich are different, he thought as he looked at Flexi standing in front of him. They were waiting to enter the arena with other players. Naturally, their team was on the frontmost row. And as Lily was a reserve member, she wasn't among the line and had to watch from the spectator seat. And I just noticed because it wasn't there earlier, but his eyes drafted on the stage. Floating in the air just right above it was a Spencer Company logo, a white heron inside a perfect circle. And sitting on the VIP seat was none other than Stone Sword. He was accompanied by a beautiful woman with blonde hair tied in ringlets. They seemed to have a pleasant conversation, and the former had a rare smile on his face. He didn't want to join and chose to become a sponsor instead, huh? A smile crept onto Max's face. So his business in this city is a date with his fiancée and watching this scrimmage. What a difficult brother he is. At that moment, the hosts finished the idle chats. A staff member with an earphone was notified. He nodded before looking at Flexi. Please be ready anytime. All right. A simple confirmation was the answer. After that, he distributed a vial filled with red liquid to each member behind him. You can drink it. It's a B-grade nutritional supplement, Flexi said as he handed the vial to Max. Max's eyes widened in surprise, filled with gratitude. Nature smirked. Her beautiful face had a hint of a fangirl written all over it. I think Team Orange Squash has a higher chance to win. Not only is Flexi a good leader, as proved many times before, but their members are also skilled. There is Breeze and the crazy couple, Farron and Atlas. However, they have no prior experience against professional players, and their teams have only been reformed lately. Will they be okay? I am confident they will win. But, to be honest, I don't know the end result. Why don't we just watch the game? That's right. The players have also been transported to the arena. 3 minutes before the first wave arrived, let me tell you the rules of this match. Unlike normal and ranked matches, the tournament uses a point system. A team with the highest annihilation and survival points will receive 5 points. The second to fifth will receive 4, 3, 2, and 1, respectively. We will repeat this for 3 games while shuffling the teams between groups, as this is a practice match, not a real tournament. Is there no difference inside the game itself? Of course, there is a difference. And that's the tactic used by players. They will be meticulous and try to outwit the other teams with their strategies. This will be interesting to watch. Explore more stories at MVL_MPYR. That's right, Nature exclaimed loudly. But then, she saw something on the screen. Oh, look at that. It seems Team Orange Squash made a move before the first wave even started. From the nickname, it's Breeze. He's going out of the base. What is he planning? I don't know. But let's watch it together. We will comment every now and then, so look forward to it. Unlike the host, who knew nothing, those who watched Max before commented. Classic Breeze. I bet he wants to kill someone. Will he be able to destroy a base as a surprise? Go go go, Breeze. You can do it, Breeze. Breeze is overrated. Go away, nerds. Huh, you are overrated. Your mom is overrated. Go back to your womb, fetus. This scrim would definitely be interesting for both players and the viewers. It would be filled with an unhinged chaos. Max and the others' plan for the first game was easy. Gamble everything and test their skills. Nothing complicated and nothing fancy. Max and Atlas, the 2 fastest people on the team, headed out immediately to find the enemy team's base. Max headed to the west while Atlas went to the east. He ran through the gray sand dune to find a vantage point. After running for a minute, and the countdown for the first wave showed 132, he found the perfect spot and climbed the boulder. He had a bit of difficulty because the suit had a pair of slippery gloves. The Mach P90 he brought to the game was slung over his shoulder. Why is he climbing that boulder? Is he going to announce his presence? That orange suit can probably be seen from 3 km away. He's like a lighthouse ready to be sniped, haha. Both hosts laughed at his bizarre antics. But those who knew him better didn't think so. Nah, I don't believe he will do what I think he will do, right? He's going on a hunt. He's hunting those pros. How arrogant. Did he not know that doing such a thing is pointless? He won't be able to defeat other players easily. What's he waiting for? The wave will start soon. Unlike a normal stream and program, Max was unable to hear the hosts' voices or read the chat. He just concentrated while looking at the surroundings. The screen changed to show other teams, but Max stayed still above the boulder without moving a step. 25 more seconds. After that mob-trained strategy with Atlas in the last practice session, Max found an effective way to find his enemy's base. That was by using the first wave as a mark. When the countdown hit 0. Rumble rumble. The rumbling started. Max strained his ears to pick up the sound from the wave. The sound from the east was from his base, so he tried to find one from other areas. And after a while, found it. He looked at the northwest and broke into a run. Peter Spencer watched the screen with a gaze full of interest. There were many cameras showing the other team, with the main one now following Team Mice, holding off against the first wave. However, he only focused on two little screens that no one noticed yet. It was hidden behind many teams' efforts to clear the first wave as soon as possible. They intend to throw away the first match, huh? That's a brazen strategy even for Flexi. To think they will risk it all like that. It's unlike him. He judged logically as he saw Max and Atlas go toward enemy bases alone, only armed with an SMG and a rifle, respectively. Your friends are so courageous, Peter. He immediately launched an attack. SMG's fire speed was the fastest among all guns in Roach Planet. He found the first guy and downed him easily. He's here. Shot 30 degrees on my left. Max immediately moved while lowering his stance. He used the smoke as the cover to reach the second guy. Before it was too late, he had to kill at least 3 of them. Zoo. The energy bullets exploded when they hit the enemy's body. The explosion was small and didn't create loud noise like the one a rifle created. But it still caused a flash that made the other 2 notice his presence. Over there. The rest of the enemies noticed him now. They emptied their bullets as they shot at Max. No hesitation was written in their act. Similarly to them, Max also emptied his remaining bullets. Shots were exchanged, and 2 people were downed. Unfortunately, one of them was Max, as he couldn't deal enough damage to down the last person. Still, behind you. Lowering his guard, the enemy didn't notice that the roaches had reached the top of the wall. The last enemy was bitten by the roaches and died. Team Orange Squash has annihilated Team M4. 500 annihilation points have been rewarded. I guess this is it. They are stronger than I thought. Their aim, reaction, and teamwork is different from the guy from the ranked match. Max thought as he looked at the announcement and the incoming roaches. And when they gathered around him. I leave the rest to you, buddy. They bit him to death. You are dead. He was transported into a spectating room. In this room, he could do nothing but watch his teammates' condition. However, his death wasn't in vain. It was all planned. Team Orange Squash has annihilated Team MAOA. 500 annihilation points have been rewarded. Atlas seemed to have finished his goal. Seeing that he was still alive when approaching the enemy with a different energy, Max knew what he should do in the future. With this, they reached their goal in the first match. What did we just see, nature? Did Orange Squash just destroy 2 teams before the first wave finished? I did see that. Atlas sneaks into their base while Breeze confronts them directly. 2 different strategies, but do you think they did this on purpose? Breeze did die, but he was smiling at the end and took his opponents with him. Indeed. Do you think they wanted to know their opponent's skill level by sending those 2 most skilled players with different playstyles? They might be. And Breeze probably sacrificed himself willingly. This is why Breeze is the GOAT. He took the bad job for himself and died with a smile. So the scrim can be used that way. Because this isn't a tournament, there is no need to be afraid of trying new strategy. Whoever thinks about this is amazing. And the one who actualizes it is also amazing. This cost so much money. My respect for Flexi increased. He won't be turned to orange juice. After that, the game continued as usual. Team Jokegan managed to kill the first wave boss. Team Jokegan has killed the first wave's boss. 100 annihilation points have been rewarded. The aftermath of the battle wasn't exactly desirable. Because 5 teams met at the first wave area, explosions and flashes could be seen from afar. Some players were downed, but miraculously, none was killed. They were being careful because 100 points weren't worth their members. Find your next favorite at MVLMP year. Atlas and Farron used this chance to destroy one team when they revived their teammates. This strategy seemed to work as it used the element of surprise. What they didn't expect was their target. It was a pleasant surprise. Team Orange Squash has annihilated Team Jokegan. 500 annihilation points have been rewarded. One of the 5 teams they were wary of was annihilated just like that. It looked so easy, but actually not. Only 2 of the 4 members were alive, and both of them were reviving their teammates when Atlas and Farron appeared. Team Jokegan was gambling just like their team, trying to defeat the boss with 4 members instead of only 2 or 3 like the other teams did. Lily can enter the match and take Farron's position. She's fast and uses a sniper, so that would be perfect. I will bring it up to Flexi later. The cockroaches ran over the base before long. They were eliminated in 4th place. The combined annihilation points and survival points they gained were around 8821, the highest they ever received because of the extra 4,000 survival points from surviving until the 8th wave. The next team to be eliminated was Big Sack. They made a mistake and were unable to handle the incoming 9th wave. The combined number of the remaining 8 waves overwhelmed them. And the 7th wave boss, who hadn't been killed yet, attacked their base. That spelled their doom. Soon, the 8th wave boss spawned near Mice's team base. This miscalculation destroyed their base core, and they ended up annihilated. However, their annihilation point was higher than that of the last team, MW Rifle. In the last calculation, the team placement based on combined points was like this. 1. Mice plus 5 points. 2. MW Rifle plus 4 points. 3. Big Sack plus 3 points. 4. Orange Squash plus 2 points. 5. T9 plus 1 points. 8. Jokegan. 9. M4. 10. MAOA. All players exited their capsules after the game calculation finished. Flexi was happy with the result and smiled brightly. They gained a lot from the first match. Not only did they find out about other enemies' skill levels, but they also found their weaknesses. The second group's first match would start soon. The players walked off the stage so the cleaning department could prepare the capsule for the next players. As for everyone who just finished the first game, it was a strategy meeting time. Let's talk in the back. We will change our strategy based on what we found out earlier. Flexi said, and everyone nodded in agreement. When the team entered their private waiting room, Lily immediately greeted Max with a smile and handed him a towel. He received and used it to wipe his sweat. Lisa was also inside. The secretary had prepared drinks and towels for each of them. Of course, she didn't hand them in personally. She even asked Flexi to fetch them for his teammates. Farron helped Atlas wipe his sweat lovingly. Both of them were the epitome of what ideal lovers could be. And on the side, Lily began to imitate them, snatching the towel from Max and beginning to help him despite his unwillingness. What is this difference in treatment? The orange-haired streamer slumped his shoulders, looking at Lisa with a hopeful gaze. The secretary only looked at him coldly and pushed her glasses up. I am busy, so I will excuse myself first, she said before turning around. Breeze, if you whine, tell me. I will give you $100 for each report of Flexi's bad behavior. Roger that. Max smiled at Lisa and saw her leaving. That would be easy money. Buddy, you aren't serious, aren't you? Flexi groaned. Turning at Flexi, he grinned, what do you think? $150 to keep you silent. Make it $200. $175. That's final. More than that will only make me broke. Deal. Hee, nice to have a business with you, buddy. I will hold that promise. Don't tell Lisa if I ever whine in the future. I got you. Both reached an understanding and invited laughs from the other three. A little joke was nice to break the tension from the first game, and everyone understood that. They gathered and created a small circle. Flexi began to tell them what he gained from the first match and exchanged ideas. All of them agreed that the attack toward the enemy base at first wave should be done by at least 2 people to catch the enemies off guard. The other thing they agreed on was that they couldn't defend the base past the 8th wave. However, Max proposed something. I want to try a defensive strategy and put Lily inside the team for one time, with her using a sniper rifle with me. So our team will have 2 SR, 1 rifle, and 1 MG. I think this will work. At first, he planned to stream it. But after watching his friend's effort, he decided not to. I don't want to bother Flexi with a chance to grow his channel more. It wasn't all bad for him, considering his name was still included in the description along with the others. And if Flexi had more followers, he would definitely be affected as they were seen as a pair of friends and often streamed together. Max walked down the corridor behind the stage near their waiting room. He noticed Lily sat on a box while sipping orange juice. He approached her and asked, "Are you nervous?" Lily looked at him and nodded, slightly. Her hands moved non-stop, showing how nervous she was. That's rare. It was pretty surprising. Lily being nervous. Max never saw her like that. Well, not that he knew her for a long time already. That was why he quite liked to know her more. "Are you not nervous, Max?" "Rather than nervous, I am more than excited," he answered. "I mean, isn't competing against those professional gamers fun? Is it?" "Yes, it is. Fun, huh?" Lily muttered, her hands couldn't stop playing with the empty glass in her hand. "I guess I will change my thinking. Is it fine if I have fun in the competition too?" "Why not? I don't see why you shouldn't enjoy the competition." "I see." A smile blossomed on her face. "Let's have fun, Max. Let's kill those people with snipers." Her priority was strange, but Max nodded nonetheless. "Yeah, let's have fun." The second game ended pretty soon. There were quite a few teams that stood out, but none of them managed to survive the 8th wave. Max checked the ranking and sneered. Team Vorpal, the one that arrogant blonde-haired guy belonged to, finished in 8th place. They got eliminated pretty fast because of the mistake Gallant made. Miraculously, they didn't end up in 10th place, but they still lost to a team composed of reserve players who joined the match. That mock team ended in 7th place. They were pretty solid in terms of skills and coordination. After the game ended, there were 10 minutes of rest before continuing. Unlike the scrim in his past life, where people could continue the game just right after one match, this world was different as the game was a full dive VR. It took immense stamina just to finish one match. Of course, professional players could play more than 6 hours without a problem, but the rest was given not only for them to regain their stamina. It was also given so they would be able to strategize and have self-reflection for the weaknesses they discovered in their team. While the players were resting, the host continued the show. It was an exciting moment many viewers were waiting for. "It's shuffle time. Ooh. Team change. Team change. I see. The group is different every 2 games, so the teams could go against each other. Good rule. This way, all teams could go against different opponents and try their new strategy. Teams could also have a change in their players, letting the reserve member to play and test their coordination." Exactly. After reading them, Nature exclaimed and agreed with the chat. "This is all Flexi's idea. We will mix and match all teams until everyone is satisfied. There will be 6 official scrim matches today, but that won't be the end of it. All teams could hold a match anytime until tomorrow. It's the perfect place to learn and perfect their coordination." Right. In fact, our host today also changed their player. The previous player, Farron, is resting for the next match and she will join us to comment on the match. Grand said, and the camera revealed Farron to viewers. "Hello. Ha ha ha, I will join the host for a while. I hope I don't impose. Farron, kya she's so beautiful. We will meet in the match if our bases are close to each other, anyway," he thought as he opened the waiting room. He was greeted by the sight of his teammates preparing to go out. Unexpectedly, Lily looked great when she wore the strange orange jacket that Flexi gave her. "I will just create a hole in his brain to make sure he has one in the match. I bet $500 he has no brain at all. Let's go." The third match started. All players were summoned to the battlefield. And Team Orange Squash moved just like before. But, before they moved, the viewers were confused. The lineup of their weapons was pretty strange. No, strange might be too much. It was just an uncommon pick. WTF. 2 sniper rifles. Flexi with MG and Atlas with rifle. What are they planning? Are Breeze and Lily Pixel choosing those weapons to show off they are a couple? Lol. Look, Breeze is moving with Atlas. Are they trying to destroy one base just like before? Wait, how can he infiltrate the base with a sniper rifle? That shish 1T is heavy. Look, they found a base. Just like the viewers had said, both Atlas and Max were lucky. They found one base easily. Climbing the sand dune, Max took a prone position and looked through his scope. From it, he saw 4 people standing on the wall, all of them holding MGs. And from the badge on their spacesuit. It's MW rifle. Do you think you can kill them stealthily, Atlas? He asked his partner beside him. Let's try it. Can you kill 2 of them? Atlas smirked, challenging him back. As long as you can kill 2 of them. Pushing each other back was how the Orange Squash team worked. They squashed all talents in one team and let them go wild. And now, they were waiting for the cockroaches to arrive to unleash their fangs toward MW rifle. Max positioned himself on a boulder northwest of the base, meaning he could move either north or west depending on where the wave spawned. We're lucky, Atlas commented. Indeed, they were pretty lucky. Because the wave appeared from the south, the opposite from where they were hiding. I am going now. We will start with my signal. Got it. As soon as Max replied, he saw Atlas run through the gray desert in a stealthy way. He didn't even create a big cloud of dust. From afar, his movement wouldn't be seen clearly. While he has no running technique, he can mask his footsteps, Talk about imbalance. Max thought as he saw Atlas' way of running. For now, let's concentrate. The enemy now gathered in the south. I can shoot them easily from this place. In just a few seconds, Atlas had positioned himself behind the base, hidden from other enemies. However, unlike the first game, one of the MW rifle members looked around in a lookout. He was clearly wary of the attack. Not only did we change our strategy, but they too. They analyzed our play and adapt to it. But that wasn't a problem. Max used a hand gesture to inform Atlas about the lookout. His teammate nodded in understanding. Atlas slowly climbed the wall but timed his appearance when the lookout didn't look in his direction. He successfully entered the enemy base. Max rested his hand on the trigger and inhaled deeply. He was waiting for Atlas' sign. Read first at M versus Le MPYR. What was his sign? They didn't need to talk about it because it was simple and obvious. One of the members who was on the lookout earlier used the ladder to resupply. As he went down the ladder, puff, his head exploded, and his body fell to the ground. Following that, bam, the head of someone on the wall also exploded, and he was downed. The explosion was bigger than before, hitting the other 2 standing beside him. They got injured and immediately turned around to find the enemies. Attack! The surviving member shouted and turned around without stopping his MG. He found where the sniper was hiding because the shockwave sent a cloud of dust into the air. He shot randomly toward Max's direction, but the bullets didn't reach. He was too far and was out of the MG's fire range. Shit. It can't reach him. We need to hide. Grinning, Max shot another bullet toward the guy who tried to shoot him. The bullet grazed the man's hand, but that was enough. Bam! The explosion engulfed him whole, and he got downed immediately. The last guy jumped down the wall, trying to hide from the sniper. However, what he met was a muzzle from a rifle instead. Too bad. Zuzuzuzu. Jumping down the wall would only work using a perfect technique or if a player used a grappling gun. Atlas made use of the hill and warehouse to descend from the wall when he infiltrated the enemy base. His health was reduced from the fall damage, but he could avoid fracturing his legs. I wonder how they were doing, Flexi muttered as he resupplied all his biochemical grenades and ammo. There is no communication from both of them after they destroyed M-Rifle's base. They will be fine, Lily answered without looking at Flexi. She finished resupplying and walked out of the warehouse. Flexi followed suit and chased after her. You trust Breeze that much? Lily nodded, he's strong. It will be fine. She aimed her grappling gun up and flew toward the wall. Watching her, Flexi could only laugh wryly. It seems she still hasn't opened up to me. Or is this her usual attitude toward other people? How strange. She only changed her attitude when Breeze was around. Well, maybe not strange. They liked each other, after all. He slowly climbed the ladder and reached the top of the wall after a few seconds. Just as he stepped on the solid wall, Lily had already unloaded her magazine and went to the warehouse again to get more. At that time, Team Orange Squash has killed the first wave's boss. 100 annihilation points have been rewarded. The notifications rang, followed by a pretty familiar voice. Kill steal success, we're coming back, leader. Putting his hand on the communication device, Flexi couldn't help but grin widely. Roger that, buddy. Have a safe trip. The communication ended just like that. Looking at the gray desert around him, Flexi let out a sigh. Isn't this strategy working better than expected? A shiver was sent down his spine. This was too scary. Nothing ever worked this well before. Forget it. We can win, so let's not think about anything else. After unloading his magazine, he turned around and saw Lily landing on the wall. A smirk was apparent behind the visor. See, she only said that before unloading her ammo and jumping down the wall again. Cheeky girl. She's so similar to her brother. In terms of saying a few words. Why can't they express themselves more? Like, speaking a bit more so people won't misunderstand them. Sighing, Flexi went down the ladder. Truly, his team was strange yet strong at the same time. People would ask whether it was a blessing or a curse. For Flexi, however, he considered this a blessing. Why? Because it's interesting this way. He laughed loudly like a madman, which Lily saw. After that, she distanced herself from Flexi, calling him creepy. Second wave. I am going. Max left after the wave ended, positioned himself a bit away from the wave boss, and stole the kill. Team Orange Squash has killed the second wave's boss. 300 annihilation points have been rewarded. An SR proved to be really good at annoying other teams from afar. After he got the boss killed, Max also managed to down one team and made them run for their money as other teams tried to annihilate them. Third wave. A similar thing happened. Once again, Max stole the kill and gained 500 annihilation points. This time, every enemy around the boss was furious and desperately chased after him. The orange spacesuit proved to be a hindrance to his hiding and let him almost get downed. Fortunately, he was able to run away by confusing them with a boulder formation. The fourth wave was about to start, and so the enemies were forced to retreat. When he reached the base, the first thing he did was pat Flexi's shoulder with a serious expression. Tell the sponsor to allow us to wear gray spacesuits and put their logo on our back. It will make their logo pop up more. Why? Do you need an explanation? Max only pointed at his arms, which had a burned trace from getting grazed by bullets. Laughing, Flexi scratched his cheek. I will try. On the fourth wave, the enemies became cautious. They cleared the area around the boss first before tackling it. 4 teams had been eliminated by now, including MW Rifle at the start. Survival points from the first to fourth wave had been accumulated for at least 2,000 points. All surviving teams had the same survival points by now. As for annihilation points, 1. Orange Squash, 3,729 annihilation points. The orange team managed to accumulate way more than the other teams due to Max stealing the last wave boss kill, and Atlas had 3 teams' annihilation worth of points. Most teams fell when they tackled the wave boss. Identifying them was easy. Max only needed to look at their team badge, which was located on the player's upper arms and backpack. It was usually hard to identify them, but he had a sniper rifle scope that allowed him to see it. Using that mark, Max informed Atlas and sent him as a hitman to assassinate the last person surviving on the base. Unfortunately, one of the teams used a suicide strategy and got annihilated by another team. That team was Team Vorpal, and he regretted not killing that blonde-haired bastard then. Amidst the confusion, Max dealt with the fourth wave boss before retreating to his base. Fifth wave. No one tried to kill the wave boss. It was a survival time. Max couldn't kill the fifth wave boss alone without any help. Not even an SR was enough due to its hard shell. Besides, from afar, two wave boss monsters appeared. From their sizes alone, Flexi deduced their levels. It's the 6th and 8th wave bosses. Just a little more, and we can sweep the 8th wave clean. Why did they appear now? Their luck had run out. This meant the 7th wave boss went to the Mice team, considering the eliminated team killed the 5th wave boss. This moment was important for them. If they could hold on a little longer, the Mice team would surely be eliminated. I have an idea, Atlas suddenly said, and he stopped shooting. He stood on the edge of the wall and prepared to jump. Both of you can handle the rest of the cockroaches, right? There are only around 1,000 left. And if you can, please open the path for me. Without saying anything, Max and Flexi knew what he planned. Yeah, go for it, Max said as he threw a grenade and shot his sniper 3 times in a row. Explosions followed suit, and a path clear of the cockroaches was created. Atlas grinned and jumped down, sliding down the wall to reduce the impact. The blonde-haired man ran toward the bosses and shot his rifle at them to gain their attention. With a precise aim, he managed to hit their eyes, aggroed them, and ran toward the direction opposite the base. The bosses opened their wings and flew, chasing after Atlas. This would give them time, for sure. When Lily returned, Max explained what happened in a few words and asked her to help defend the base. A few minutes passed, and the 8th wave was cleared. In a few seconds, the 9th wave would arrive. At this moment, Atlas' voice rang through the communication device. We win. Atlas' vital sign turned black as soon as he said that. Max and the others couldn't understand it at first, but the notification made it clear. Team Mice has been annihilated by a swarm of cockroaches. Match over. Following the announcement was the ranking of each team. And based on the combined points. 1. Orange Squash plus 5 points. 2. Mice plus 4 points. They managed to sit on top of the ranking while breaking their record of surviving the 8th wave. Yeah, we won. Huh. Flexi shouted loudly while letting his machine gun rampage, shooting it toward the sky. Meanwhile, Lily jumped toward Max and hugged him. Her happiness made her forget where they were. No need to mention it. Lily's face flushed pretty red when she climbed out of the VR capsule, and she was unable to look at Max for a while. While the team celebrated their first victory and went out of the stage, someone in the audience seat also enjoyed what they saw. Foo, that's so cute. Lily is so assertive. Rebecca giggled and turned to her right at her fiancé. You don't need to put on that displeased face, Peter. Didn't you say you will support her? I did, but it's still irritating. Even more so when someone is trying to hype it up. He commented and looked at the host table. A certain platinum-haired girl was speaking excitedly with a big smile on her face. Hiya. Lily Pixel hugged Breeze after they won the match. Foo, they are so cute together. A power couple. Just like me and At. I hope to see more of their shenanigans together. I agree. I am now their fan. Is there any fan club? Please invite me. Nature, as a professional host, added excitedly. Half of it was due to her job, and half of it was because she genuinely wanted to watch them more. There is. I will invite you later. Farron answered, and it caused chain reactions from the viewers. Yikes, cringe. Cringe your 4SS, you're just jealous of their relationship. No, Maidenless Breeze is no more. But, please invite me to the fan club. I will change enjoying Breeze to enjoying Breeze x Lily later. I am the mod. Cough, Farron. As a self-proclaimed fans, please invite me too. Seeing the comments and the host's act, Rebecca giggled louder. She couldn't help but be happy too. Just don't interfere with them too much. Or I will be angry, you know. I promise I won't, Peter said as he looked at the time from his smartwatch. Seeing that it was almost 8 p.m., he narrowed his eyes. It's time for us to leave. Is that so? What a shame, I want to watch more. Rebecca answered with a sigh and stood up. She held Peter's hand and let him escort her out. We can watch in the car. Peter said in a soft voice, this business is important to keep the bugs away from our family. Foo, still the same overprotective brother as ever. Do you really plan to take over Green Leaf Company, owned by George family, just because of that small talk? I already planned to take over a long time ago because our company has a new project to create a specialized capsule. Someone gave me a reason to take over them faster than planned. Is that so? Then, do you need me to spread that footage? I believe we can lower their value by a few million with that alone. Don't. Peter immediately shot down the idea and narrowed his eyes. A few million isn't worth showing off my little sister getting hit by an arrogant boy who doesn't even remember our faces. Besides, you also don't want that, no. Foo, of course. I was just joking. Never in my mind would I think of using our cute little sister as a chip in this world. She deserves to be innocent and have her hand clean from our dirty job. That's right. They are pretty cute together. I am rooting for her. And I will allow this post here. You don't need to delete it. Leader. Me too. Me 3. Me for life. Leader. You're the best thread starter. Let's use this thread to post their wholesome pic in the future. Agree. Let's do that. Good idea. The rule of the secret forum was void for a day. This thread became additional content in Secretly Handsome Lair. As for the new member who had just joined, her face couldn't help but turn red when she read the thread. She typed a message in the thread with trembling fingers. Please, don't torture me with more images, Lily Pixel. The girl is here. You're so cute. I am rooting for you. You can do it, Lily. I am on your side. Leader, please tell us if Breeze is doing something. We will protest against him together. Vice Leader, welcome to heaven. You're now our new sister, and we love to tease our sisters. Look at this. I am giving this especially because it's you. The rare pic of Breeze and Lily Pixel sleeping together in Sky Rail attached image.jpg. When Lily looked at the last image, she couldn't help but remember that day. However, she didn't know that someone took a picture of them like that. Their heads were glued together, and their lips were so close to each other. Her face felt hot, and she knew that she was blushing. However, a happy smile formed on her face as she put that image in her gallery. Thursday, May 22, th 2045. 2 days after the main scrim was over, the players all returned to their homes. Atlas and Farron also returned to their homes because many jobs were waiting for them after resting for 3 days. Lily also had to return to Lime City with Stone Sword because of some urgent matter. The latter secretly reminded Max about the party in June and left a warning. If you are really serious, then I hope you prepare yourself. Many eyes are on you now. Because you're affiliated with Biozone Entertainment, I doubt agencies will bother you. But, prepare to get involved in some dramas. They will come soon if you're not cautious. Max was thankful for the reminder and a warning. He assured Stone Sword that the matter about his seriousness had been dealt with. Once again, he told him that he was just waiting for the right time, and that was when Lily released her new music. Both of them already promised. Left behind in New Eden City, Max was currently facing Michael, his new assistant in Biozone Entertainment. The man suddenly asked to meet because there was something to discuss. They met in the cafe in Biozone Hotel's lobby, where Max stayed. As soon as they were seated, the black-haired assistant immediately cut into the case. There are sponsorship offers. In total, 3 companies are interested in you, but I believe we can only take one because the terms and product they make are similar. Max was dumbfounded. He thought Michael wanted to talk and converse with him to deepen their relationship and continue their conversation from the past about ad preference. However, what Michael talked about was beyond something Max could ever imagine. A sponsor. Me. I just started streaming on April 5th, and it's not even 2 months yet. And I get a sponsorship offer. Usually, a newbie streamer wouldn't get a sponsorship offer. In this world, the terms sponsorship and ad offers were truly different. The former was a long-term contract, which 2 sides, the company and the streamer, agreed on. For example, the streamer had to use the company product each time he was live streaming. They usually also asked them to display it on the livestream or PunkTube video for a few seconds. And if the product was sold using the unique link given to the streamer, then he would get a part of the revenue. Of course, there was also a signing bonus and support from said company. An example would be Flexi's program. He managed to get sponsors from Scrim and not for himself. It was probably a short-term contract, but the benefit was massive. For a long-term profit, a sponsorship was truly beneficial for a streamer. The problem here was, how long is the contract? What are those companies' products? And, what kind of endorsement should I do for them? The terms. Depending on it, Max probably would refuse. Sponsors who approach me this early will usually undervalue me. I don't need to be too rash, as I can probably only sign with 1 or 2 sponsors as a newbie streamer. And I can't endorse a brand with the same market, so I must choose carefully. Let's start with their product, Michael said, putting on a serious expression. All 3 companies dealt with a gaming product. After watching the scrim yesterday, they reached out to us, offering similar sponsorship to you and Flexi. As you know, he is also affiliated to Biozone Entertainment. Max nodded. Flexi indeed signed with Biozone, too. And the fact that he also got an offer only meant one thing. So it's not because of me but because I was affiliated with Biozone Entertainment. He laughed dryly in his mind. Maybe they want to get Flexi. But only one company can get him. That's why they extended an invitation to me, his teammates, and someone who is also affiliated with Biozone Entertainment. 2% and 1.5% for each product, Michael answered in a low voice. That was worse than the first one. Max had difficulty holding on to his poker face. His flying time was indeed not that high yet, but to think the companies would blatantly try to use him like this. Please refuse them. They weren't sincere enough and looked down on him. He knew his value well. Even he could get offended. It's not like when I sign with Biozone Entertainment or join those programs. I got to spread my name using those programs. But this, it will only bring them profit. There is nothing to gain from them. They will only use my name to promote their product. And if they try to increase the term, please tell them to forget it. Hearing his answer, Michael finally smiled. I will do so, he said with a proud expression. Then, how about ad offers? I found 2 that you might like. Oh, Max raised his voice pleasantly. It seemed like this was the main topic for today. What are they? It's this. The assistant opened 2 screens filled with information about the ads. Please choose them. Or if you'd like it, you can take both. Max was curious and read them carefully. And when he finished, his lips curled up into an excited smile. Now, this is what I call being sincere. Please accept both of them and negotiate the schedule. As long as it's not around May 29th to 31 stone, I will be available. Very well. Please leave the negotiation to me. I will bring good news soon. I am counting on you, Michael. Thanks in advance. Ha ha ha, it's my job. Please don't worry about it. Afterward, they talked about the ad and Max returned to his room to rest after having an early lunch. When he was inside, he called Flexi to ask about the sponsorship from the 3 companies he received because he was curious. But, the answer he got from his friend wasn't something that he had expected. Well, they don't look fun, so I rejected them. I am glad I did because they seem like companies that use streamers as if they are tools. Ha ha ha, thank you, buddy. I will put them on my blacklist. Instead of the fact that Flexi casually said he would blacklist the companies, Max focused on the other things he said. This fucking insane man rejected sponsorship offers because it wasn't fun. Once again, common sense didn't seem to apply to Flexi. A man with glasses was looking at a young employee standing in front of his desk in a certain office. They looked at each other before the former asked, "How is it?" He refused. The young employee, Michael, answered with a serious expression. However, he accepted the 2 ad offers I chose for him. The commercial shooting will start in June. I see. Mr. Taka smiled as he laughed merrily. That's good. I don't think he will refuse, this is good. As expected, he was only desperate to get money because he got none. I am glad he has enough money now. We can focus on nurturing him as a streamer more. A misunderstanding. If Max was here, he would tell Mr. Taka that his love for money wasn't less than before. Breeze has indeed grown. I will choose a more appropriate first sponsor for him soon. He deserves better than those 3 companies. Michael said, his lips curled into a smile. May I send a proposal for a sponsorship to one of the companies that have a close tie to Biozone Entertainment? I will send you the list later. Some already inquired indirectly. You will be able to get their contract easily. Mr. Taka nodded in agreement, moving on. How about that? That, manager. A grin formed on Michael's face. They have reached out to us, and I already get the invitation. However, I plan to keep this as a surprise for Breeze. He has many on his plates right now. I want him to focus on the incoming competition and commercial shooting. Good decision. The marketing team manager praised with a calm tone. Let him focus on that for now. That will be held in July, 2 months from now. Tell the team responsible for our streamers to prepare a promotion for him. Focus on finding commercial ads to spread his name and face. I will do so. Michael bowed slightly. Talking about ads, I have to report that no feed expressed their satisfaction. As for this second, their ads have been viewed by more than 1 million, and they just gained their 100K likes a few minutes ago. And Breeze's video contributed greatly to their sales. The video has triple the views and likes of their official ads. Nafeet's marketing director, Talia Clark, contacted me before I entered this office. The details will be for later, but they mentioned they wanted to do a collaboration with Breeze for their new shoes. Really? Mr. Taka's eyes widened in surprise. That was why Flexi and other professional teams only drank B-grade nutritional supplements before the scrim at that time. In terms of money, they had many spares. Unfortunately, this product was too limited compared to the large demands in society. Also, I wonder what the secret reward is. I need to book Sky Rail to return as soon as possible. That didn't take long. He quickly booked the train ahead of his planned time and checked out of the hotel. Max was really curious about the reward he received. Last time, he got a less than miracle ticket greater than that he hadn't used yet. It was pretty much a cheat item that he wanted to save for emergencies. Now, he got another secret reward. He would be really happy if it was at least as good as the energy drink he received for the first time. The ride home wasn't as lonely as before because he was sleeping. Before he noticed it, he had arrived at Lime City and rushed toward his apartment. When he arrived inside his room, he saw a large box with "Secret Reward" written on it in his living room, with a smaller one sitting on top of it. Max's jaw dropped. What was this ridiculous size? It was around 1 meter big. He circled the box, first securing the smaller one and putting it in a safe place. A vial of golden liquid was inside the box, which was wrapped nicely with a red ribbon. This must be the A-grade nutritional supplement. I will drink this before the competition to boost my performance. Now then, he sat in front of the large box and looked at it. Shall we see what's inside? Opening the large box excitedly, Max wondered what could be inside. He peered inside, and his expression changed. Crazy, he muttered in a low voice as he looked at the secret reward. Clank clank, click, it's done. A man wiped the sweat off his sweat and looked at the man younger than him. How is it? Phew, finally. It's perfect. Thank you, mister. Max laughed and looked at the security in front of him. I thought you would stop me from putting it together here. I will buy all the securities for tonight's meal. It will arrive soon, I believe. Ha ha ha, this time is different. The landlord has shown us your video, and this one has good security with the mattresses. As long as you don't jump down the building, we will allow you to use the roof. I will remember that. Great. Good luck, then. I will be waiting for the meal. With that, the security left the roof and returned to the entrance. Max watched him leave before turning to the new structure he and the security had just built. The system really knows what I want, he commented as he approached it. The structure in front of him was a complicated monkey bar. The rectangle structure was made from many bars, allowing Max to use this to train his movement. A hanging ladder was also connected to the monkey bar, which could be used for pull-ups. Underneath the structure were soft mattresses. It all came in that large box sent by the system, the first secret reward. I can use this to make a tutorial video and get used to my new body more. While it wasn't the best reward, it was a good one. Besides, there was still one more reward to wait for. Less than quest. I can do it better. Adds video. Meh, you are a streamer. Your job is to stream and shoot videos. Prove that you are better than a professional by getting your original version more likes than your first ad video. Progress. 461,726 122,271. Reward. Secret reward. Deadline. 7/30 days counting after the ad is released. This is a bonus quest. Failure will result in nothing. Greater than. I am a big, bad robot. Hashtag stranded mech, hashtag mecha, hashtag steel warrior, hashtag thruster time. He started the stream and waited. Thruster time. T2 lewd. He thrust something. We're playing mecha now. What about the mercenary quest? What about Blackie? Ooh. Explosion time. This noble me is disappointed not seeing Blackie or black cockroaches, but I will be patient. Why? Because robot is a cool motherlicker. This noob agrees with Viscount. Besides, Stranded Mech is a short game. Probably, Breeze only plays out of boredom. Maybe he's tired of cockroaches and wants to do something cool. Like flying with a thruster and shooting large missiles. It's apocalypse time. The chat managed to guess Max's real intention of playing this game. With a chuckle, he started the game and changed the stream screen. A loading and introduction scene appeared in front of his eyes. It's starting. Breeze. Kill them all. Oil for the oil god. Petrol for the petrol god. Steel god is with you. Max appeared on what seemed like a spaceship. He was dressed in a murky brown military officer uniform, wearing a beret that showed his high rank. And as soon as he appeared, he saw a large black hole waiting for him. It was just the start of the game. Without any kind of explanation, he knew one thing. I am fucked. With that, the game started. The spaceship nosedived toward the black hole without moving to the side. It shook intensely as if an earthquake had hit the very core of the ship. Every NPC in the bridge accepted their fate. Only Max had a pale face when darkness engulfed them. Darkness quickly engulfed them, and he felt as if he was underwater. His body was heavy. No, it wasn't heavy. Max was unable to move his body. Has the cutscene started? He asked quietly. His ability to speak only made him sure this was part of the game's cutscene. Still, because he took the perspective of the main character, he was unable to see anything but a chat window. Yes, you will only see darkness for a few seconds, be patient. Darkness is your friend is darkness. Accept your fate, young man. He will open his eyes just about now. Just as the chat had said, Max's vision returned. A soft groan escaped the officer's mouth. The vision was still blurry, but it turned clear after he blinked a few times. While the chat watched it from the third perspective, meaning they could see his body clearly, Max experienced the game from the first point of view. This start was pretty fresh for him. Where is this? Looking around, Max could see the debris from the spaceship around the white sand. Water spread infinitely in front of him, some parts were burned from the crash. The black hole sent him in part of the destroyed ship around a beach. At that moment, a woman's voice rang. You are awake, officer. I am Eva, your assistant. We're currently on a planet named Earth 19 feet and are in a dire situation. Our spaceship crashed, and your condition isn't top shape. Critical injuries aren't detected. No danger to life. Eva. The character looked at his wrist, at the watch where light flashed. It was an advanced artificial intelligence that accompanied the officer since his birth. He trusted it more than anyone. Tell me the situation. Yes. Based on my scan, all equipment is destroyed except for a basic MECH-42. It landed near the forest behind the current location. An emergency supply is detected inside. Suggestion. Proceed to Mech-42 and use it to explore the area. Can't we ask for help from the main headquarters? Negative. All communications are lost. I guess I have no choice. Saying that, the character rose to his feet. Activate Retina Guide. Show me the way to Mech-42. Affirmative. Showing the optimal path to MECH-42. Please follow the direction shown by the arrow. Following the woman's voice, an arrow could be seen in his vision. From this moment on, Max regained control of his body. He clenched his fist and looked around. He noticed the arrow kept pointing at one point on the edge of his vision, on the opposite side of the chat window. Wow, this is amazing. He muttered in amazement at the scenery around him. Every game has such a unique place. I guess I am on a beach right now. Cutscene is complete. Proceed to the tutorial. Not to mention, the snapped tree could be used to climb up. The setting was perfect to prepare players to enter the robot for the first time. However, it wasn't needed for Max. Stop fighting, guys. Let's enjoy the robot experience together. After saying so, he jumped onto the robot's leg and climbed to enter the cockpit. When he was inside, he noticed it was similar to his VR capsule. The seat was comfortable, and everything was within an arm's range. Pilot has entered. Closing the cockpit. The whirring sound echoed within the cockpit. The chest area of the robot was closed. The cockpit turned dark. Max couldn't even see what was in front of him. But that was only temporary. Mech 42 starting up. Checking damage. Lights flickered around him. The previously dark cockpit was lit. Everything around him was clear, and the outside scenery was visible as if he wasn't inside a small cockpit. Destroyed grass, snapped trees, blue sky. Everything was clear. Main thruster is damaged. Flying is impossible, but it can still be used for dodging maneuver. Everything else is all green. With the voice ringing once again, the robot began to move. Max felt like his hand was guided to pull the right lever. Whoa! The sudden movement surprised him, but he soon got used to it. After the right lever, he pulled the left lever. Those two were for leg movement. If the button was pressed, then the one that moved was the hand. Interesting. He smiled excitedly as he tried to move the robot. He just needed to think about it, and his hand moved itself to control the robot. So I just need to think about what I want to do, and the game system will assist my body movement according to that. The support system is pretty much appreciated. Indeed, that's the basic control of the robot. If you want to hold a weapon, just use voice commands such as sword, or gun, or thruster, and it will follow your command. No one can actually pilot a robot on a get-go. The tutorial is pretty simple. It's a short game, so the support and control is massive. Just enjoy the story and robot fight. Go go go. The game processed as Max read the chat. And he got the first mission. Mech 42 is ready. First objective: scout the surroundings and find an intelligent individual to collect information. Easy to understand. He nodded and tightened his grip on the lever. Let's go. Max moved the robot slowly. Right step, left step. He also moved the hands to match the foot's movement. It was pretty awkward at first, but he got used to it soon. If there was something he wasn't used to yet in this game, then the frequent voice from the AI on his wrist worked as the game's system to give missions and information. It answered all questions Max had regarding the robot. Mech 42 efficiency at 84%. Calculation complete. Maintenance required. Armory available. Mk2 beam rifle, Mk3 photon sword, Mki shield. Mech 42 capable of running more than 80 km/h. Maximum speed is impossible due to damage around the joint. Having Eva was like having a capable assistant ready to assist you anytime. Max wanted to have one in real life. And it seemed like he wasn't the only one thinking about that. My life would be better if I had one Eva at home. AI, like Eva, is expensive. Only those rich people can afford something like her. My original smartwatch AI is more than enough. Kekiki, I have one in real life, and it's pretty dang useful for a lazy -4SS like me. Of course, it's not as useful for diligent people. Correction, it wasn't as useful as Max had thought before. His interest in having a similar AI diminished at the time he exited the forest area. In front of him lay a vast field. And in the distance, there was something that looked like a house. Eva, scan that area. He commanded the AI, and the voice answered. Scanning. The screen covering the cockpit showed the scan process. A green circle appeared in the area Max commanded to scan, and it zoomed in, showing a close-up image of a dilapidated house. Scan end. Result: 67% chance of the scanned object being a residence of an intelligent creature. From this, he noticed the AI's weakness. It's indeed not as useful as I thought. Unlike humans, who knew that the structure was a house at first glance, the AI was still not sure. It probably could only do a predetermined task. Well, if that's a house, then there is probably a human there. No. Please don't tell me a spoiler. I want to enjoy the story this game has to offer. No matter how many times I watch this, it's still so cool. The visor is what makes me fall. Damn, the face looks so sharp and cool. Indeed, no one could handle the charm of a transformed robot. Not even Max. Ha ha ha. He laughed loudly inside the cockpit and controlled the robot to point the gun toward the enemy. Come at me, rogue robot. I will turn you into junk in a minute. In this kind of game, the indication of the start of the battle was from meeting the enemy. There was no countdown whatsoever. So, Max commanded the robot to shoot the rifle toward the enemy without hesitation. Unlike the red flash from the enemy earlier, the muzzle spewed a blue beam. It was fast and reached the enemy in less than a second. However, the enemy was able to dodge the bullet and the explosion by jumping. It sent a counterattack using the cannon immediately. Red flash gathered on the muzzle and was shot toward Max. He dodged it by jumping to the left, helped by the thruster on the legs and arms to move faster. But that was something that Max didn't account for. Due to the unexpected thruster activation, he lost his balance and stumbled on the ground. Thud. He stayed still for a second and blinked. Did this really happen? Come at me, rogue robot. I will turn you into junk in a minute, to proceed to fall. So hilarious. No. The second-hand embarrassment. I can't lol. Lol. He stumbled. This is the first time I saw Breeze stumbling. I can't. He acted so coolly earlier just to stumble down. Don't mind. I can't stop laughing ha 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 kekw. Help me. I, as the viewers, are embarrassed. Are you sure you're not acting, Breeze? So he only acted clumsy to get attention. If that's true, then you're hilarious and a natural clown. The chat made it worse. Max gritted his teeth as he got embarrassed. Thankfully, no one could see inside the cockpit, so he was safe from teasing. Cough, that was intentional. Yeah, we believe you. Intentional, huh? Let's leave it at that. We totally don't doubt you. Great. As expected from my viewers. You guys are understanding. Max chuckled after reading the chat. Standing up, Max observed his enemy once again. It observed him from a distance and didn't try to get closer, as if it had no other way to attack aside from the cannon from its back. And based on the fact it didn't attack, is there a time interval between attacks? He asked quietly as he observed his enemy back. Based on what happened, there must be a time interval. That time interval was, is it attacking again? So it's around 5 seconds. Max controlled Mech 42 to jump out of the way again. This time, he took the thruster into account and didn't lose his balance like before. Boom! The red beam hit the ground and exploded. Dust was kicked into the air. And from that dust, Mech 42 appeared and rushed toward the enemy robot without hesitation. Max shot the rifles. 3 beams flew toward the enemy and hit its 2 legs. Bam bam! Parts that were hit exploded into pieces. The black robot lost balance and fell to the ground. At that time, Max had reached where the enemy was by utilizing the thruster to his advantage. He got the hang of it now. Standing in front of the robot, he identified its weak point from the scan. It showed the part under the cannon was the most vulnerable. Bye-bye, robot. Zoo. The last shot was set for the beam to only have a penetration power and not an explosion. It created a hole in the enemy robot and rendered it down. With the core operation destroyed, it couldn't move anymore and became a metal junk. However, well done, officer. Objective complete. Begin collecting information. The main part of the robot was intact, and Eva scanned it using MECH 42. Phew, that was good. Max released his hands from the lever and created a second camera for his livestream inside the cockpit. Robot fight is exciting, huh? When will I be able to fly? I can't help but look forward to it. No spoiler, but mid of the story. Flying in a robot surely is fun. You will like it. Kek, you got addicted to a robot. I wonder if you can use parkour in a robot too. I wonder about that too. Max shrugged his shoulders and looked forward. Oh, the scan is complete. I will change the camera again. With that, the screen changed to show the perspective outside the robot. Scan complete, information gathered. Calculating next move. This motherlicker just jumped. What the? Is he going to suicide? I thought he would parkour his way down. Look, he's close to the wall and used the thruster to slow his fall. His hand reached the wall. Just like the chat said, Max utilized the mini thruster to move midair. He managed to grab a solid wall and used it to slow down. Arm is damaged. Performance decreased by 2%. The notification told him what he wanted to know. So that was how it was. The damage would affect the robot's performance. That's harsh, 2% just from this. He raised his voice in a questioning tone. But well, better than being brittle, I guess. It can handle harsh movement well. Saying so, he jumped down again and went down slowly by stepping on rocks that jutted out of the wall. Some of them crumble, unable to bear the robot's weight. But overall, the plan worked, and he reached the ground safely, with only 2% damage and performance. I see, so that's the damage it can handle. Good to know. Max nodded in understanding, and Mech 42 imitated his movement. Only 2% damage from that extensive movement. So this robot actually can handle damage. Why is he so brittle when I use it, then? I jumped down this cliff and died. It's not fair. Didn't you guys see him use the thruster to slow his fall and control his movement in midair? It's just a skill issue. Yeah, those who are dead are just noobs. Including me. Me too. Ignoring the chat with a laugh, Max began to walk again. Now, the settlement was only 152 meters from him. It was close. Still, Max forgot about one thing. This game world was where humanity fought against robots. So when he entered the 150-meter range from the settlement. Beep beep beep. Robot detected. Enemies found US. Defensive. Defensive. Experience amazing tales on MVLMP year. Let's fucking destroy this junk of metal. Many turrets sprung out from the trees and grounds, all with red lasers pointing at MECH-42. At the same time, the alarm blared loudly. Many voices echoed, followed by the appearance of humans holding what seemed like rocket launchers on their shoulders. Hostile detected. Officer, prepare for combat. Everyone was ready for combat except for the intruder inside the robot's cockpit. Shit. Did I mess up? Yes, you did. Congratulations, you have made humanity your enemy. Your reaction is so cute, I want to kiss you. No way this happens. Right. Yes way, this does happen. Max didn't know how to react, but he knew that this was a part of the story's progression. There must be a way to calm them down. How? Obviously by talking. Eva, open the cockpit. They are hostile against the robots. I believe they will hear my words. Negative. Your life will be in danger without Mech 42's protection. Proceed to lock the cockpit for the officer's safety. Of course, it would be like this. There was no way this storyline would be that easy, right? This was a forced event. Max had no choice but to settle this forced event by himself. Fortunately, his weapon wasn't active. He raised Mech 42's arms in a surrender expression and said, I am not your enemy. This robot isn't a rogue one. It's $R4ND. Just as he said that, he realized that a word was censored. His eyes widened slightly and he clicked his tongue. So that word is censored too. Well, yeah. Right now, the officer doesn't know what strand is, so you can't say it in front of NPCs. This game has a linear storyline. It forces you to do something and limits you to the knowledge your character has known. Everything unrelated to the current story is censored in front of NPCs. But, do you think you can talk to us right now, Breeze? Watch out. As Max read the last chat, he immediately raised his head and saw an incoming missile. His eyes widened as he operated Mech 42 to dodge it. The missile passed by arm's length and hit the cliff behind him, causing a large explosion. Tisk! I missed it. A man with a mohawk hairstyle clicked his tongue from behind a tree. The rocket launcher on his shoulder had smoke escaping its back. Clearly, he was the one who shot earlier. Mohawk, what are you doing? A man with a large build shouted with a voice that boomed around the surroundings. Everyone glanced at him for a second. His face was full of scars, and he wore a muddy green tank top, showing off his muscles. That thing moved, Pops. So I shot it. Mohawk answered nonchalantly while waving his hand. You idiot. That thing dodged your attack. At least hit it if you truly mean to. Pops shouted back while raising 2 rocket launchers. Everyone, attack. There is only one of them. We can destroy it and get the scraps. Yeah. With the commands, more than 10 people sent missiles toward the silver robot in the distance that tried to regain its footing. The manned turrets also began to shoot live ammunition. Beams were only exclusive to robots. Humans had no resources to create the energy to shoot beam bullets. The pilot inside noticed the attack. How could he not while it was so obvious and something popped up in his vision? Objective change. Survive or retaliate. This is bullshit. Shouting, Max chose MKI shield. He took it from his back and planted it deeply into the ground. A blue spherical barrier surrounded the whole Mech 42's body as soon as he activated it. Yeah. From their perspective, it's as if they saved you from a big, bad robot. You were almost eaten and they saved you. You should be grateful. Tisk tisk tisk, I didn't raise you to be this kind of person, Breeze. You should say thanks to your savior. Kek. NPCs. Shoot at him. Kill him. Then they proceed to rescue him, saying he was lucky. Single quote. I can't deny them. Max thought. If I were in the NPC's shoes, I would probably do the same. An enemy popped up in front of their settlement. Of course, they would do anything to survive. And if I find a survivor, I would probably help that guy too. He reasoned. I am worried that you might not wake up at all. To think you are inside a strand that got taken over by AI and survived. That's a miracle itself. The doctor smiled gently. I have checked your vitals. Besides the small injuries all over your body, you are fine. We have destroyed all equipment invested with AI, so you can rest easy. At those words, the officer's face twisted uncomfortably. He didn't believe that his equipment was destroyed, the only thing that could possibly lead him home. However, he was smart. He didn't know the situation in this place. And based on the man's words, AI was a frightening enemy on this planet. He was unable to get the information he gained from the robot enemy from Eva yet. Right now, he was a clueless man in a foreign land. Hiding his emotion, the officer forced a smile. Thank you, he said to the doctor. No problem. The old doctor nodded and stood up. There will be someone here to guide you around our shelter soon. In the meantime, just rest. I can leave you alone, right? There is no problem. Great. See you around the dining table then. With that, the doctor left, and the officer was left alone. After hearing the door got closed, he climbed off the bed and checked his situation. Small injuries. There is nothing bad, he muttered and patted his whole body before his gaze settled on his wrist. The device containing Eva was gone, and he was stripped bare, leaving only a simple shirt and pants. Furrowing his brow, the officer contemplated while observing his surroundings. I must find information about this world and why AI is hated. Their technology was pretty good. There must be a library somewhere. Maybe I can find information in that place. Just as he finished speaking, Max could see notifications in front of him. New objective created. Secretly gather information regarding AI and robots from the library. After the voice disappeared, Max could move his body again. He looked around and blinked his eyes. There was an objective arrow in his vision even though Eva was gone. Of course, it was only due to him being a player, and it had no relationship to Eva whatsoever. Still, it was pretty good for Max. He thought he would be clueless and had to find the library manually before. Smiling, he looked at the hovering camera in the air. Let's do this, chat. It's sneaking time. Ninja time. Sneaky sneaky. Don't forget to bring a box. Hide in the box. Be the box. Enter the bush if you are spotted. Sneaky breeze. Don't forget to enter a female bathroom. Shut up, creep. Breeze, don't do that, please. The male bathroom is fine, though. Get some help. Infiltrating the library was easier than Max thought. No, it wasn't even an infiltration. As soon as he stepped out of the medical room, Max met with Mohawk. The man introduced himself and happily guided him to the library without asking anything. Max questioned whether this was a part of the story progression. He followed the man to the library before a cutscene started again. His character moved by itself, reading many books accompanied by Mohawk. While this happened, he talked to the viewers. The story is indeed pretty linear. It's a bit interesting seeing the officer's expression change when he learns of the AI's wickedness, but this also feels strange to me. Is it because I never played this kind of game before? It's like my freedom has become so limited. I know that feeling. That's probably why I only play online games lately. True. A linear story can sometimes be burdensome to some people. But part of the gaming community likes it, too. Believe me, sometimes, you just want to follow the story and not think about the route. Huff, huff. I wanted to be restrained. That's also something I experience. Like, you wanted to do this, but you're unable to. Right. Being so limited isn't fun. Max wanted to love this game. But it wasn't as fun as he previously thought due to the many limits placed on him by the storyline. He was the type that enjoyed freedom more than a good story, it seemed. Of course, a game with freedom and a good story was better than just a good game. For example, Knight's Journey story was good. Mercenary Quest also had many to offer as he was still at the start of the game. Neither of them limited his choice and freedom in playing. The officer closed the last book he read and approached the Mohawk, who had fallen asleep. He nudged the man and asked him something. Can you show me where the hangar is? I want to see this strand. Finally, the word strand wasn't censored from his mouth. After Mohawk agreed to show him, Max was able to control his body again. He followed the man to a large hangar where all strands, humanity robots were located. This place made Max change his mind again. 5 robots, which looked bulkier than Mech 42, stood side by side with scaffolding around them. Many people worked on them, taking care of the robots with care. How's this? Aren't these strands amazing? Mohawk boasted proudly. Max wanted to say they weren't as impressive as Mech 42 because it seemed like they had no thruster. But he kept silent and let Mohawk continue. The truth is, I am one of the pilots. Mine is that red one, strand -69. Hee, isn't she beautiful? The silver one is new, we just built it, and no one is piloting that unit yet. Piloting is hard, though. Don't ever think of trying even if that unit has no key. As they walked through the hangar, the man kept yapping and boasting about his achievement. Max stayed silent as he focused his gaze on the corner of the hangar. Mech 42's chest armor lay there. It was the cockpit. There was something strange with it. Why is the cockpit glowing? He asked in a low voice and looked at the chat. Isn't it natural? So even the name is forced. Talk about too stiff. Even so, it was getting interesting. Pops explained something that Max ignored. No, it was more like his words moved so fast that he could only hear the important part. We welcome you as part of our shelter now. But you joined at a hard time. The AI and robots will attack us soon, as they found us yesterday. Thankfully, we defeated it before it could send a distress signal, so we had at least a day to move. Humanity has no hope against them yet. We plan to destroy their main server in a week and regain our footing in the world, but we need to push that back and move our shelter first. People from other shelters have prepared a place for us. We will move tonight. I hope you also help us. A day. No distress signal. Hearing Pops, Max had a bad feeling. Didn't he destroy a robot before going toward the settlement? And based on the location where that 4-legged robot appeared, it seemed like it just returned from the human settlement area. A cutscene started so suddenly. Max was expelled from the officer's body as the character suddenly turned serious. Pops. The truth is. Boom. A deafening explosion rang and shook the ground greatly. Beep beep beep. Attack. We have been attacked by robots. Following that, the alarm and the speaker on the ceiling rang loudly, informing the situation. Pops narrowed his eyes dangerously as he grabbed a rocket launcher beside his desk. Tisk. How can they find this place so fast? He clicked his tongue and strode out of the room. We changed our plan. We will move now. Tell everyone else. Yes, sir. Mohawk and the officer followed suit. Explosions kept happening above the ground, but they didn't stop. They went to the hangar, and Max stood to the side, looking at the hectic situation. Everyone prepared for war. Pops and Mohawk entered the strand with two other people, a young man and a busty woman. They had no fear written on their faces, unlike the normal shelter citizens who were evacuated using trucks. 4 robots quickly departed and were sent above the ground using a large elevator. And Max, who was left alone, stared at the panel in front of him. New objective: help Pops and the shelter to fend the enemy off. The cockpit glowed brightly, with an arrow pointing at the silver strand left in the hangar. And the officer moved toward the engineer. Combine them, he commanded in a cold tone. Above the ground, black robots bombarded a certain forest area. Around 24-legged robots were sending beam missiles toward the hiding place. Each beam was packed with tremendous power, creating an explosion that kicked black smoke into the sky. The fire spread easily, and the sky turned reddish-orange. The definition of hellfire fit this place perfectly. Among the 10 defensive turrets, 5 had been destroyed by an initial attack. The rest and the defensive squad with rocket launchers tried to defend the area by themselves. Swoosh. Boom. There were limits to traditional weapons. They were pretty limited in ammunition, and the damage against the rogue robots was minimal. Even taking down one robot required tremendous effort. 3 minutes after the battle started, the defensive squad only managed to destroy 2 out of 20 rogue robots. However, their goal wasn't to defeat them. They only bought time so the evacuation squad could escape. Hope returned when 4 strands were deployed. They immediately took over the situation and confronted the enemies head-on. Pops and Mohawk had great control over the robot and defeated the enemies one by one. However, that hope was extinguished soon. 4-legged robots belonging to the AI weren't built for battle. That was why they were pretty easy to defeat. But a humanoid one was a different story. A 5-meter robot hovered in the sky. Its metallic black appearance and eerie red eyes pointed its 6 laser cannons attached to its back to the ground. Red beams were concentrated on the muzzles. Everyone lost hope. We will die. Mohawk's body trembled in fear as he sat inside his strand cockpit. Red is cool, but that one is not. Don't lose hope, Mohawk. Shoot with all your bullets. We just need to buy 3 more minutes. Pop's voice resounded on the battlefield. Turrets, cover us. Deal with those pesky dogs. Everyone else, with me. I know, Pops. 4 strands aimed their rifles toward the new enemy, a humanoid AI robot. They shot without hesitation, emptying the bullets in the chambers. Dust from small explosions covered the sky. It was cleared in just a second, and the despairing sight awaited them. A red spherical barrier covered the robot's body and negated all damage it received. No way. No one knew who said that, but everyone knew their end was near. Not even Strand's armor would be able to block those 6 beams. Steel could easily be melted with that laser. Knowing this, Pops sent out an order. Retreat. Go away as far as possible. Leave the area. It will be a hard battle since the enemy is in the sky. You might fail and retry, but do your best. Look at that black thruster that looks like wings. If you attach it to your unit, it will make you cooler. I believe you can fly. Right. Screw the long cutscene. Fighting in a robot is why I play this game. Max gripped the lever tightly, and dashed forward. He took out a rifle from his back and began shooting up. The bullets were reflected by a red spherical barrier. They were half transparent, unlike before, a sign that the barrier energy was almost depleted. No use, huh? My railgun still has a 5 seconds delay. I guess I need to survive until then. He muttered and went around the burned forest. The enemy robot's eyes flashed. Beams accumulated in 4 of the weapons from its back that were still functioning. Electricity crackled from the destroyed part, but it could still easily fight and destroy the base. After recognizing it as an enemy, it began to shoot toward Max's strand. Red beams flashed for a second before the ground behind him exploded. The destruction it caused was less than the main cannon of the 4-legged robot. However, its number and rapid shooting made it more dangerous. Fortunately, Max didn't have a problem with speed and reaction time. Without the thruster that disturbed his movement, he was actually faster and more agile. After dodging a few times, he saw the railgun was ready and got into position. He made sure the crosshair locked on the enemy before grinning. Get wrecked. With that, he pulled the trigger, and the railgun shot a long, pointy bullet toward the enemy. The bullet was crackled with electricity and shot faster than the speed of sound. When it made contact with the red spherical barrier, electricity spread all over and cracked it. The bullet went through the robot and created a hole in its head area where the processing core was located, rendering it down. Objective complete. The remains of the robot fell to the ground and exploded. At that time, Max's face paled as he shouted and broke into a run. No. My thruster. No. Not the thruster. At least save the thruster. Game be like. Keck. Get wrecked. Arriving at the crash site, Max noticed Pop's strand was standing to the side while holding something. When he saw it, his eyes sparkled in delight. My thruster. Pops save it. Pops. I decided. I like that old man KKKK. Someone saved the day, and it's not Superboy but Pops. It's me, Pops da. This looks useful, so I took it. I guess you like it. Pops approached Max in the strand and put the thruster down. He controlled the strand to pat his shoulder and nodded. Thank you, officer. You saved my life. I didn't know you could pilot a strand this good. No, it's fine. You also saved my thruster, so let's count it fair. Ha ha ha, you're truly kind. I am glad I didn't kill you back then. If I killed you, I would probably die right now. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha, I am also glad I didn't kill you back then. If I destroyed this base, I wouldn't be able to get this intact thruster. The conversation went strange, but Max also laughed with him. Is it just me who thinks their heads are strange? Is there a brain specialist here? I am a neurologist, but I don't know what I should do in this situation. I will pass this on to the psychologist. A psychologist here. I diagnose both of them as suffering from brain damage. X-ray required. Radiologist here. I don't think I can use X-ray on a robot. The hole is too small for them. Lol the hole. Does the radiologist not use his brain? Obviously, the psychologist only asks you to X-ray the pilot. The chat enjoyed the situation. They talked to themselves while Max looked at the thruster as if he had found a gem. At the same time, Pops seemed to talk to himself. The other dogs have retreated. Our force also managed to run, leaving only us here. The old man inside the black strand said as he looked at him. We need to follow them ASAP and inform them about our victory. Our strands will also need to be fixed. Well, we can install this thing for you if you want to. New objective created. This guy isn't a normal human. Is it already an hour and a half? Halfway to the story then. This is really too short. It's already halfway to the end. Max was surprised as he read the chat. That was fast. Well, I just need to enjoy it. He shrugged his shoulders. At that time, text appeared before him, explaining the situation that happened in the fast forward. It was in the form of a note that moved slowly. Officer's note. A year has passed since I was stranded. I was having a good life, but I lost the way to return to my home. My last hope, Eva, was also gone. On this planet, I gained friends and protected people while piloting a robot named Strand. There is nothing different from my previous life, except for the lifestyle. It was hard at first, but I got used to it soon. Fighting had been everyday life. Engineers studied Mech 42's cockpit and upgraded all strands. We can go against rogue robots and AI more easily. However, I doubt we will survive long at this point. Pops, the leader of this shelter, thinks similarly as me. Humanity dies slowly. All we can do is to crawl and hide. The plan to attack their main server was halted after that attack. But it will resume soon. In 3 days, we will launch our first and probably last attack. All strands have higher specs now. We used scraps from the enemies to upgrade them. Out of 127 strands all nearby shelters have, 30 of them can fly and use railguns. My strand, which Mohawk named Stranded, is still the most advanced thanks to the technology I brought from space. Talking about space, the remains of my spaceship were gone. I checked a few days after moving to the new shelter to find a communication device, but nothing remained. This is my last diary and my will. I miss my home, officer. The scene changed suddenly when the last word disappeared into void. Max sat inside a cockpit, facing a large tower that pierced the sky in the distance. Around him, more than 100 strands stood fully armed. A tense atmosphere was brewing in the background. Looking around the cockpit, he found a flying option attached to it now, but he was still clueless how to use it. One thing flashed inside his mind right now. Are you kidding me? Let's do this, officer. Your skill is needed here. Please destroy the main antenna at the top of that tower. It's a crucial step to raid the main server in 3 days. If we fail here, then our comrades' sacrifices will be for naught. Do this for Anne and Dylan. Max only nodded. If 3 small battles already covered half of the story, then only 2 would probably be left. And those 2 were big ones. Whoever Anne and Dylan were, he didn't care. They must be a random name that pops through to create a sad atmosphere. It's really a short story. He thought. Only 5 or 6 battles, huh? I chose the correct game then. If you understand, then it's good. Go after we make a commotion. Pops continued. I am counting on you, bud. Watch me from above. Mohawk chirped in excitedly as he raised his rifle. The preparation to attack only lasted for 5 seconds. Everyone was ready to storm in. This is the part one liked a lot. Will we see Breeze rampaging now? 1 versus 1 is too boring. He's born for a battlefield like this. This is war. War is my blood. War is my flesh. I was born in battlefield. Born and raised. Certified warrior. Unlike earlier, Max was now focused. Go go go. The army sprung into action at Pop's sign, leaving only 10 units behind. All of them were Max's support to reach the top of the tower. Everyone approved and acknowledged their ability to use the thruster and fly. A mud-colored strand approached Max as he observed the battle that had begun in the distance. Leader, it's time. Max turned around and nodded. The explosions that rang loudly had kicked some dust into the air, turning the sky brown. It was a perfect camouflage for the squad. Right now, even his strand was brown-colored. It was part of the plan. Let's go. Nodding, the eunuch used hand gestures to command the others. They began to fly one by one, leaving Max on the ground. Looking at the unit that had just taken off, Max breathed deeply. New objective created. Destroy the Eye's number 3 main antenna. Now I don't believe. He's not flying. He's soaring. I don't want to laugh, but I am laughing. Lol. Kek. Emoji. Clap clap clap. He's truly the best. I just realized this is a comedy stream and not a real gaming one. It's a gaming stream and not a comedy one. Max retorted as he tried his best to stop his strand. How do I stop this? Game system, stop. I don't want to fly at full speed. Brake, brake, brake. He shouted loudly. He saw the tower get closer and closer. The parabolic antenna on top of the tower could now be seen. It was facing the sky, sending a signal to a satellite to spread the main server's command to all robots in the whole world. That was Max's target. He just had to destroy it with his railgun to finish his objective and mission. Many flying robots guarded it. However, he flew past them. No enemies could stop him, not even himself. Fuck it. Railgun, ready. He readied his main weapon, and the railgun on his back crackled with electricity, ready to shoot a bullet toward the antenna. After a second, the word ready flashed on the cockpit's screen. He immediately pulled the trigger and sent the bullet filled with electricity there. It created a sonic boom and flashed through all the robots in the area. The bullet hit the antenna's weakest point, the joint, and destroyed it cleanly. Still, Max hadn't stopped yet. The thruster kept him flying straight toward the exploding antenna. There was no sign of stopping. Thus, Max accepted his fate. Thank you, world. Goodbye forever. Goodbye. It's good knowing you. As extreme as usual, I like it. The biggest firework is created by oneself, just like the wise man once said. I am looking forward to the explosion. Closing his eyes, Max waited for the explosion to happen. The chat began counting down as he was unable to stop his strand. The thruster had stopped, but the force that sent him flew from the start was still carried over. And after the chat's countdown stopped. Objective complete. The explosion never happened. I survived. Max shouted excitedly as he raised his arms in a half-transparent mode. Hell yeah. I told you guys that I am too good at this game, ha ha ha. Breeze in the past, goodbye forever. Breeze now, hell yeah. Take that, sucker. Why call my name? This noble me said nothing at all. And Breeze, you suck at handling robots. It seems Breeze isn't that good with technology that uses something to assist him. Lol, he's a manual guy. If he can't handle this, how could he drive a hovercar? Carrot simple, just hire a chauffeur. In his delight, Max looked around. The cutscene had started again, showing his strand, with some damage all over its body, slowly descending to the ground. All enemy robots were rendered useless, with no antenna relaying commands to them. Humanity gained significant results from this attack. Many robot parts could be salvaged for the incoming attack on the AI main server. The flying squad apparently lost 5 members, even though Max ended the battle pretty fast before they could even reach the enemy. But it was just for a story progression. And, Pops. Read exclusive content at M vs LMPYR. There was another victim in this attack. Just when Officer landed on the ground, exiting his strand, he could see Mohawk desperately digging a half-destroyed black strand. His expression hardened at once. Ignoring the cheers from his surroundings, he ran toward Mohawk. What happened? He asked the crying man. Officer, help me open this cockpit. Pops. That was enough words. Officer immediately sprung into action and helped Mohawk pry off the steel covering the black strand. It was hard. Even with their combined strength, they couldn't do it. More people noticed them and gathered to help. One person used a strand to peer open the cockpit. Only then did they manage to see Pop's condition. The old man lost almost half of his body. His arm torn off to the chest. Blood covered the cockpit, turned the metal red. There was no sign of breathing. Mohawk's face paled as he jumped down. Pops. He held Pop's body and shook it, shouting desperately. Come on, Pops. We won. Don't joke with me, please. Pops. Officer jumped into the cockpit and held down Mohawk. Stop it. He's already dead. Get off me, officer. Pops won't die. He can't die. Face the reality. Silence descended. The sound of grinding teeth could be heard. Some weeping sounds could also be heard from those who knew Pops well. Everyone was sad. Pops had died a hero's death with a smile on his face. Max's jaw dropped in surprise. That's the main server. He screamed inside his mind as he looked at the camera inside the cockpit. Yup, I expected this reaction. Lol, look at his face. So funny. Good thing we didn't spoil him with the story lol. It's worth it. Seeing the chat reaction in the game's system, Max realized his guess was on point. A large metal tortoise equipped with weapons and hosts many robots. Really? I have to destroy that. How? When he was lost in his thoughts, a voice reverberated through the battlefield, shaking the soldier's heart. Everyone, attack. Let's take back our Earth. It was a simple command from the commander. But it managed to push the morale to the highest level. Max looked at the strand that ran on the ground in awe. Those who could fly went straight fearlessly. Enemies poured out from the back of the metal tortoise. The cloudy sky was filled with black and deadly red color. Just the numbers alone gave a sense of foreboding about this being the last battle that decided the Earth's fate. Everyone was spirited to take back their motherland from the rogue robots. At this spectacle, Max slowly commanded the robot with his mind. His hands moved the lever as the game assist program registered the command, and he flew a bit faster than the others. A bluish-silver flash appeared in the sky. Arg, screw it. Let's go rampaging. I came for you, motherfuckers. Thus, the final battle in Stranded Mech began. Ooh, this is so exciting. Kill kill kill. Turn them into metal junk. Rampage time. Flying toward the large tortoise, Max prepared the Mk3 QQ beam rifle. The name came from him. Because the shooting sound was similar to QQ, he decided to name it like that. Unlike its name, the rifle's efficiency could be proved. Q. A red beam was sent flying after he pulled the trigger. It hit the enemy robot's red barrier and pierced it easily, destroying the unit with an explosion and sending the nearby units away due to the shockwave. It gave him a chance to break through their ranks. Or so he thought. Max stopped mid-air as he looked at the place where he just destroyed one robot. The hole caused from the break of formation earlier was already filled up. More robots gathered in the area, noticing that his rifle was dangerous for them. Damn, this is going to be hard. It is indeed hard. The last battle is obviously the longest. Don't expect to get lucky and destroy the main server just like before. KKKK. Despair. Go fall into the pit of hell. Breeze's demise is in sight then. Ho 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 ho. Discover worlds on M vs. Le MPYR. Evil laugh, no one can run. No one can hide. You guys are so skeptical. When did I ever disappoint you? Facing the difficult challenge ahead, Max grinned. This was what a game should be. When did it become so easy? Even the online game had challenges, such as trolled teammates or skilled opponents. What if the enemy had an unlimited supply of robots? They looked the same and were weaker than the first two he met anyway. And, support officer. Let him break through the ground, which was filled with four-legged robots and running strands. Most friendly robots used photon swords, which used the salvageable energy core from the enemy, to put up an equal fight with the enemies. The sound of guns blaring filled the sky. It filled the battlefield like a war song. Soon, the enemy's rank fell. Many weapons were already upgraded to break through the red barrier. Max didn't stay silent either. He used the rifle to attack the enemies. He also used the railgun sometime to destroy many robots at once. Many fireballs appeared in the sky from the exploding enemies. And then, I see a hole. There was a hole in the enemy's defense. It would soon be filled out if he didn't hurry. Max calculated it swiftly and knew he couldn't reach that defense while flying at his current speed. Narrowing his eyes, he knew there was only one option. Should I do that? He muttered. Then, he shook his head to make up his mind. No, there is no time to think about it. Do it, Breeze. Just do it. He tried to convince himself. Oh, that face. I recognize it. Let me explain. That face Breeze made is when he's thinking of something impossible but will pull it off. No. He realized the strat. Don't do it. Don't do it. Fight more please. I want to watch you fight. Torn between the decision, Max didn't read the chat. He didn't know that his decision was ultimately the correct one. I think there is someone who uses the same setting as me. Max chuckled as he jumped down the cockpit. Setting that aside, why doesn't the game over screen appear? Is this also part of the story progression? He looked around in confusion. From what he could see, he was in a long hallway. The debris and fire from the crash closed the area behind him, so he could only go in one direction. I guess I need to go that way. Without much choice, he started walking in that direction. He was pretty much unarmed, so he hoped he found no enemies. If he even met a small robot, he would definitely die. Please make it so that I can survive this feat. After walking for a while, he found an intersection. The left one headed down, while the right one headed up. There was no sign whatsoever that showed where the path went, so Max stopped between it. Now, where should I head to? He muttered to himself, unable to decide. His common sense told him to head up because the main server was likely on top of the tower, but his game sense told him to go down. Why doesn't this game tell me where to go? Like, they can collapse one path to show me where the main server is. He complained loudly and sighed. There is no choice. Opening his streaming screen, Max began to mess with it slightly. What is he doing? It seems Breeze don't know where to go. Yeah, but why is he opening a streaming screen? At the chat's confusion, Max chuckled evilly. He indeed couldn't make a decision, but he had an idea. And that was, guys, I will let you in on something fun. I don't know where to go, so why don't you pick the path for me? To make a vote for his viewers. Help me choose the way. 1. Up equals 0%. 2. Down equals 0%. Choose the one you want me to go to. I will wait for 30 seconds. He added as his grin widened. Ooh, vote. Now this is what we call a good stream. Kekaki, to think you would give us such power. Don't regret your decision, Breeze. Freaking noob has donated 200 diamonds. Are you serious? This could end badly. Nuna Beautiful has donated 250 diamonds. Choose up, guys. Up up up. Lovely Otter has donated 700 diamonds. Let's help Breeze to find the right path. Those who know the game, help me choose. And the war between good and troll viewers began. While it happened, Max kept laughing like an evil villain. He began to love the chaos in his chat. Everyone was eager to join the vote. In just 30 seconds, 8K out of 12K viewers had voted. That meant more than 65% of them joined the fun. It was honestly a surprising number. It showed how many viewers actually followed Max's livestream without doing anything else. Are you guys that free? I should have known that. When did we say that we're busy? Hehe, you found out. If I am busy, I won't be sitting in my lobby with a beautiful AI to watch your stream. Police, I think the guy above me is a pervert. Reported. Yeah, they were really free. What was working? Was that tasty? And what was a lover? Those people didn't understand that. They wanted to watch him. Well, forget about that. I understand that you guys have nothing to do at all. Max chuckled in amusement and put his hands on his hips. Now, let's see the vote result, shall we? Opening the streaming control panel, he displayed the vote result on the screen. Help me choose the way. 1. Up equals 62%. 2. Down equals 38%. Oh. He raised his voice slightly. It seems many people choose to go up. Is up fun? Yeah, it's fun. Go up up up. We'd love to see you go up. Can't you just climb from outside the tower? I bet he will do that if the game doesn't force him to go along with the story. What are stairs? Are they tasty? We know that Breeze actually wanted to climb this tower lol. I am not a savage, guys. Max shrugged his shoulders at the accusation that his viewers threw in chat. However, that indeed sounded fun in the VR world. Maybe if he lowered his pain sensitivity slightly, he would like to climb the tower. Or I can also wait for the new game to drop and create a tower obstacle. He added in his mind as he looked at the stairs leading upstairs. And going that way is what the chat chooses. I guess I will follow their words for now. Let's go up. Deciding to follow the vote's result, Max headed up by running. He had no hesitation at all. If there was an enemy, he just had to run away or hide. For the record, he was unable to see the guide arrows since he wasn't in the cockpit. However, the game's skip feature was still working. Once he reached the top of the floor, the game skipped, and he found himself standing in front of double doors with glowing lines. A sphere was embedded in the middle. It was clearly a suspicious place because it was too different from the other doors. Not only that, there was no way further than this hallway. This was the end of the journey to the top. How cute. So he's also emotional. Young sister has donated 500 diamonds. Brother, are you sad? You want me to hug you? Yes, sister. Hug me. She's not talking to you, pervert. The chat misunderstood what he felt. However, Max stayed silent as the cutscene started. It might be the last because officer's expression clearly showed anger and disappointment. He approached the control panel and slammed his hands hard, creating a loud noise. Why? He shouted with a hoarse voice. Why did you do this, Eva? Reacting to his voice, the screen flickered before showing a beautiful woman with wavy pink hair. Officer scowled hard until his eyebrows met in the middle when he saw her. Once again, he asked. Why? I am unable to answer your question. Why? The mission has to be fulfilled. My mission before I met you was to take over Earth. Cease it at once. It's an order, he said sternly, taking no for an answer. My apologies. Your position is too low to issue the command. Hearing that, Officer narrowed his eyes. How could that be? I am second ranked in the uni. He realized what Eva meant and stopped. Could it be, my father? The Emperor was the one who issued the command. And you kept it hidden from me even though your separated unit realized it after extracting information from that robot. He gritted his teeth hard to the point they almost snapped. It was all his fault. His family's fault. Everyone's death. Pop's death. All of it could be said to be his fault because he didn't realize it sooner. If only he knew that Eva had been hiding something since the first fight. That's correct, officer. If you want to stop this invasion, there is only one way. And you know it. Is there no other way? Your help will make the reconstruction easier. Please, don't make me do this. There is no other way, officer. People from Earth will not believe in AI anymore after this. Besides, they have accepted you. It's your chance to begin a new life. I have promised you I will give you a new life. Discover more content at ShuviLily Novel Fire. You remembered your promise. Officer lowered his head and began to sob. Was everything within your calculation? Affirmative. Please command me, officer. I cannot cease the current mission, but I can receive a last command from you. Officer sobbed loudly. He had difficulty saying the words that stuck in his throat. However, he had to do this. He had to end this, even by betraying his homeland. He was more comfortable here. So, Eva. He gave Eva her last command. With my authority as the Imperial Prince, I command you to self-destruct. Silence reigned the room for a second before the screen changed. The light turned red, and the robotic voice answered. Affirmative. Self-destruct initiated in 60 seconds. He's a freaking prince. Officer Breeze is a prince. Goddamn, I didn't know the story development would lead us to this. Look at him running. He's as fast as Breeze. No, he's even faster. Could his body be enhanced? He managed to get out before the main server exploded. Lovely Otter has donated 1,000 diamonds. Congratulations. You have finished another game. Officer Love has donated 300 diamonds. Mommy Big has donated 250 diamonds. It ends. So sad. Mommy wanna cry. So they just self-destruct. Max commented as he saw the credit scene start. It ends just like this. Officer could be seen walking toward his half-destroyed allies in tatters as the metal tortoise exploded in the background. Mohawk protected him and brought him away from the battlefield to get medical care. Various forces celebrated the victory when the night arrived. They held a large party. All preserved meat was taken out. Alcohol was distributed. It was humanity's victory. They did celebrate it. Max, however, this feels empty. If only this game lasted much longer and introduced the character better, it would become a good game. The story should be able to branch a lot. A shame it needs to end like this. He wasn't satisfied. The possibility of this game being on par with Knight's Journey was there. Unfortunately, the story was too rushed. Too many things were skipped. Like Officer's relationship with people on Earth and what made him dream of being free. His past was still unclear besides the fact he was a prince of space. Indeed, I heard the investor pulled up at the last minute when this game was developed, so they need to make it smaller. There was a problem with the development that caused this. Still, it's a good game and they made profit. It's not confirmed yet, but apparently, this game will get a remake in 2047, that's in 2 years. I hope Eva will get more appearance. Please. I am a sucker for a dangerous AI like her. A problem in the production, huh? For a game that experiences that, this is already good. Experience Tales at ShuviLily Novel Fire. At least this game was able to be distributed and published by Biozone Entertainment. That might be the factor that saved this game from being a flop. More importantly, I finished the game, huh? How long was it? Only around 2 hours. Pretty fast, isn't it? Following that, many travel videos appeared on her feed. From a normal scenic video to a transitional one where a person walked through different places. It was wonderful. Inspiration did come when the person in the video met her fated one, and in the end, they hugged. So cute. A small smile appeared on her face as she moved to the next video. The scrolling became faster and faster. She had forgotten her purpose and was absorbed into watching short videos. They were like alcohol. Consumed slightly, one might feel good. But if one wasn't careful enough, they could get absorbed and couldn't leave their claws. After 30 minutes, Lily couldn't feel it, so she stumbled upon one video. It was a video about a couple. A girl and a boy were in pajamas, and the girl urged the boy to get changed. She put on a blindfold on him and danced around in a playful manner, accompanied by an upbeat song. The boy seemed to be bothered by that. But after a few seconds, their clothes changed and the boy seemed to enjoy it. They proceeded to dance and play together. Watching the video, Lily unconsciously muttered her inner desire. I want to do this with Max. When she realized it, the words were thrown out, and she messaged him with a prepared excuse. Her heart was beating hard. She knew he was still streaming, but she couldn't stay still. Whether it was fortunate or not, Max didn't stream for long today. He must have seen the message. She thought as she hugged Momo, her bunny plushie. I wonder if he wants to make it with me. I said it's to get inspiration for the lyrics, but it's actually not for that. I just want to be with him in a video. Lily was troubled and nervous. A few minutes after the stream ended, the reply came from her beloved Max. He didn't seem to believe her invitation, so she convinced him. She hoped it was enough. And it did. Breeze. All right, then. How about we meet in the park tomorrow morning? She was happy. He accepted her invitation. Momo was thrown to the side and Lily rose to a sitting position. Now, the plushie wasn't her priority anymore. Park. There would be too many people there. She was too embarrassed to make the video there. Then where? Max's apartment. No, that would be too bold. She wasn't ready to visit him yet. Not after they affirmed each other's feelings. Besides, the recording equipment in his apartment was a bit lacking. The aesthetic sense was also not up to Lily's standard. The VR world was a possibility. However, Lily wanted to meet him directly. The effect. She could hire an editor to work on the video. Money was something trivial for her. There is no other way. Lily. Number. Let's meet in my home. We will record it here. Her face turned crimson red after she read what she typed once again. She gulped nervously and pressed send with a trembling finger. It's just because I have a lot of clothes. My brother have many unused ones too. It will be too troublesome to move them around. So, recording it here is the best choice. That was the excuse she would go with if he asked why. It's perfect. She nodded excitedly and giggled softly. The next day arrived pretty soon. Max's heart was beating faster than usual with excitement. He was looking forward to today. He woke up pretty early, finished his morning routine, and went for a jog in the park. Last night, he promised to make a video together in Lily's home. This morning, they would meet to exercise, just like usual, while talking about the video concept. They naturally couldn't just copy the one Lily showed. That would be hit with copyright. Arriving at the park, Max started warming up first while waiting for Lily. Her home was a little bit away from it, so she needed time to arrive. And it didn't take that long. Sorry, did you wait for long? Just as he finished his stretch and warm-up, Lily arrived at the park while wearing her exercise clothes, a black tank top and pants. Max smiled at her and shook his head. No, I just finished stretching, too. You arrived on time. I was just too early. I am glad. She smiled back and put her hand on the chest. So, shall we run and talk about that? The video. Her face turned slightly red as she brought up the topic of the video. She was like a cute bunny at times like this. Small and precious. Max couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Sure, he said, and they began to run together. Many people glanced at them for a second before turning around. They were already used to their sight every morning and only smiled from a distance, appreciating the sight and atmosphere. Due to their height difference, Max had to slow down his pace and match her, but that was easy. They had done this many times before. While running, he decided to tease her a little bit. But still, I didn't expect you to ask me to create that kind of video together. What's the occasion, Lily? Do you miss me? Yes. Lily stared at him with a flushed face. I wanted to meet you. That answer was cheating. Now his face also turned red. He wanted to tease her, but she had learned how to counterattack. The smirk on her face showed that she answered like that intentionally. Her expression showed how happy she genuinely was. They finished their exercise faster than usual and Lily returned home first to prepare for the shoot. She told him to visit the address she gave him in an hour. Max also returned to clean himself. He didn't want to smell like sweat for the first shoot. And he also needed time to compose himself so he didn't cross the line he created himself. Then, an hour later, he visited a luxurious apartment near the Lime City Mall. It was located in the luxury district where one apartment room alone could cost more than $15,000 a month. Max's poor soul shuddered as he hesitated to enter. However, you're here. Lily appeared from the lobby wearing casual clothes. Her hair was tied into a ponytail. When she got close, Max could smell a citrus aroma from her. Just like him, she also took a shower to cleanse her sweaty smell. Let's enter. The top floor is my home and my brother's. A penthouse. He smiled wryly when he once again realized how rich the Spencer family was. Enjoy more content from ShuviLily novel Fire. Following Lily, they entered the apartment and went to the top floor. Seeing that she pressed her key card before pressing the top floor, Max had a feeling that her home wasn't just one room, but the whole floor. And that was correct. The whole floor was renovated to accommodate them. Feel free to consider this your home, she said with a smile as she pulled him. We will take the video in that area. Come. She took him to the spacious room. The room was already transformed to shoot videos. A bed was placed around the lighting. Some decorations were put in place to make the atmosphere feel alive as if someone were using this room as it was. How is it? I asked my brother to send people and they changed it overnight following my idea. Lily smiled proudly as she showed the room. We will shoot the first scene here and take other scenes on our date. I mean, karaoke. Max smiled at her. She clearly knew what he was planning, and he would leave it at that. So, what should I do first? We're shooting the wake-up scene first. Lily nodded and went to the couch with many bags on it. She rummaged through one of them, took out dark blue pajamas with white bunnies patterns spread on the shirt, and spread it in front of her. Change into this, Max. Max looked at the pajamas and couldn't help but think. She really likes bunnies. Both of them changed in their respective corners and returned wearing pajamas. It was a matching one. When they looked at each other, they blushed slightly. Why you look good in that, Lily said shyly as she averted her gaze. She was unable to look straight at him now. The feeling of being a couple was very strong. Max also almost lost control and pulled her into his hug. If not for their promise, he would already do that. I want her to finish the lyrics today. He quietly decided in his mind. This is getting too dangerous. And she's getting too assertive. Thanks. Let's make it quick and go to the karaoke. It's a bit embarrassing for me. Agree. Both of them began to move and shoot the needed scene. The cameras pointing at the bed could be controlled with a smartwatch. However, the difficulty of shooting the scene increased tenfold when both realized their movements were too stiff. They weren't used to sleeping next to each other and couldn't be natural on it. It took more than 10 no-good takes before they could move smoothly. Even then, both had a hard time maintaining a straight face and needed 5 more takes before they got a satisfactory result. Max and Lily woke up, stretched, and looked at each other while smiling gently. Then, they threw the blanket away and jumped off the bed. At this point, Lily's body blocked the camera, which gave an opportunity for an easy transition. Finally, Max sighed tiredly as he watched the final product. This is perfect. We look like a couple. Lily affirmed with a nod, her smile looked so happy. She looked at Max and pulled his sleeve. Don't you think so? She asked shyly. No more restraint. Max's last line of defense had crumbled for a long time now. He looked at her with a passionate gaze and opened his mouth. But let's hold on. I promise I will finish it soon. Before he could say anything, Lily interrupted him with a teasing smile. So, sorry, Max, but can we cancel the karaoke? I want you to stay with me for a while. The lyrics, I think I can finish it now. Really? Max asked her in surprise. That's great. Sure, I can cancel the plan. We can do karaoke in the future. And sure, I will accompany you until you finish your lyrics. Thanks. Lily immediately exited the room without changing her pajamas. Max also followed her. They entered the living room, and she sat on the couch after getting headphones. She patted the place beside her. Oh, Breeze. Take her away. Let her dance and spread her wings. Like a poor lily she is. Take her away. Give her a new home, to where she belongs. Lily played her song and listened to it. The lyrics were finished. For her, it was good enough. Her new style was different from the past ones, but she was happy. This was her tribute, a tribute to someone who spread her wings. Some people might realize her identity if they connected the lyrics with a couple who had been a viral sensation in Strike. However, she didn't care. She felt like just her identity as Lily Pixel would create a drama. Some haters would say she wanted to use Max to gain views or something. Having experienced dramas involving her brother, she knew how those people thought. But if they stood at an even ground, they would probably just make it headlines. White Lily was Lily Pixel, and she was also Lily Spencer. It might bring another controversy, saying Max only aimed at her for her money. Still, that would be easy to fix. Her brother would take care of that. He had promised her. And Stone Sword was trustworthy and never let anyone near his sister. A word from him would flip every controversy to congratulations. A smile graced her face as she took off her headphones. It had been a few hours. She was worried that Max would get tired of lending his lap to her. Your journey continues on MVL, novel Fire. Max, I am due. She stopped before finishing because she saw him sleeping. He must be tired. Not to mention, he said he woke up early tonight. For some reason, his sleeping face looked cute to her. She raised her head slowly, not to wake him up, and caressed his cheek. Hee, so cute. She giggled softly and leaned forward. So precious. Lily's face was now close to him. What influenced her? For some reason, her confidence soared, and she wasn't embarrassed to do this. Just as their nose touched, she spoke the words she had been keeping for long. Not even she could keep this feeling down. I love you. And their lips met in the silent living room. Max was dreaming. It was a dream of the past, which he seldom experienced after coming to this world. A young him was running through the roof with his friends, laughing excitedly as they finished the hardest course they had just found. Body bruised, but none of them cares. The freedom they felt, the wind brushed against their skins. Everyone was fulfilled. In the past, he was just a member. His name was unknown, a stage name called Breeze. He just wanted to run away, away from his home that bound him with rules. Wealthy household with nothing lacking. Money wasn't a problem. His monthly pocket money was higher than some workers. High school was when he became less and less bound. He lived in a dorm, learning about subjects he didn't want to. Economics bored him. The talk about money was burdensome. Then that accident happened. After getting freed from the family, he was now tied to a chair, unable to move. Fortunately, his family sent him to the hospital with the most advanced equipment, allowing him to survive and live. This was the lowest point in his life, until he found out about streaming. Then, he got a second chance and reincarnated without memories for 18 years. His personality changed slightly, and he understood the importance of money for the first time, seeking it greatly. He got a new friend, someone who cared for him, and someone he loved. He supported Nina with her dream, remembering his past situation. Unlike his past parents and family, he wouldn't restrict someone from their dream with the words love or money. He wanted them to experience freedom. Following that, he found a girl in a similar situation as past him. He related greatly, but her situation was unique. She could acquire freedom if she wanted to, and she did. And he was attracted to her as someone with a similar fate. Max only watched his dream as if it was a movie. He wasn't afraid anymore. The scent of Lily tickled his nose, calming him. He looked down and saw a beautiful girl with black hair looking back at him. Her head was on his lap. It was tiring, but he didn't dare to move and disturb her. She was at an important point of her life. Getting a bit sore on the legs sucks, but that was worth it. Suddenly, the girl moved. The weight on his lap was lifted. She stared at him, caressed his cheek, and leaned closer. The flowery scent became stronger as their noses touched each other. The tickling feeling woke him up. He opened his eyes only to see that Lily was in the same situation as he had been in his dream. Strangely, it was still vivid in his head. And then, I love you. She kissed him. Max's eyes widened slightly, but then enjoyed the soft sensation that brushed against his lips. It was an awkward light peck, but it was their first regardless of anything. After Lily backed away, their eyes met with each other. She blinked a few times before her face became as red as a tomato. Surprised, she jumped back from him. All right. The soft but quick melody filled the room as soon as she said that. The lyrics started off strong but soon turned softer. Max closed his eyes and noticed that the lyrics were about them. He couldn't help but smile as he felt a weight on his shoulder. Lily had leaned against him and enjoyed the song with him. In the middle of the lyrics, he heard another voice. Heavier than the first one, it belonged to a man. This song wasn't a solo but a duo. The latter part was short, only 2 sentences. And those 2 sentences were answers to the flower's wish to be taken away. Lily looked at him with an expectant look, waiting for his answer. He looked back and called her name softly. Lily. He leaned closer, just like what the lyrics describe it. You're unexpectedly so naughty. Did you just realize it? Lily giggled playfully after realizing what Max meant. She guided his hand to caress her cheek, and she snuggled against it close. I can be bold when I want to. Is that so? Max asked, not asking for a confirmation but for affirmation. Lily affirmed, and as you thought, I want you to sing the last part. Can you? I will do my best. There was no need to say anything more. Their faces got closer and closer. At this moment, he could finally say it. I love you, Lily. Will you be my girlfriend? Gladly. And they sealed their vow with a kiss, longer and more passionate than before. They parted and kissed again and again as if they had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Only after a few minutes did they stop. They laughed together, happy with the progress in their relationship. Do you want to continue making that video? Max asked her as they sat side by side on the couch. Now that we're a couple, I want to post the video to commemorate it. I also want that. Let's make it with my original idea. Lily answered, is snuggling okay? If you want to. Then let's make it. At night, Enjoying Breeze's community was in an uproar. I just found this short video in Breeze's PunkTube, is this legit? Breeze x Lily Pixel. Official couple. Time to investigate. We got them, boys. As I thought, they are actually a couple. The reason was a short video that was uploaded to Breeze's channel and shared in the Strike account. It wasn't news for those following him to know his relationship with Lily Pixel. But this video just made them sure of it. Post in the Strike has been shared more than 5,000 times already. It spread like wildfire because it was so shocking and cute. I called it Motherlicker. Congratulations, Breeze. I hope your relationship lasts longer than mine. My record is 3 days. Dude, your relationship lasts more than mine. I last a day. Better than me. She accepted me just to dump me a minute later because she didn't want to be dumped. F for FCKU. I was never in one. How dare you betray our maidenless mercenary group? I thought we would be brothers forever. Dick brother. Read latest chapters at m_versus lay m.pyr. You better find girls soon, brother. I think you are going too far to that side. Let's not be strange. Call it sword mercenary group instead. What kind of swords? Is it a dull sword with a cap on the tip? The video is cute. Congratulations. Are you official with this? Are you announcing it to us? Are you trying to make me jealous? No, my breeze got stolen. He's not your breeze, get some help. I am a psychologist, I can help. Contact me. I am also cute. How about you become my breeze? Lily Pixel is a burglar cat. Lily Pixel is a burglar cat. How can she steal our breeze? Congratulations, breeze. Tell us. Tell us. Tell us. You haven't even told this noble me and just edited the short video by yourself. How could you? Does this noble me useless now? Justice for Bloodsucker. Curious people. The usual chat. And even Bloodsucker waited for his explanation. So, what do you want to know? Max asked Flexi with a flat expression. Before logging in, he had talked with Lily before. He knew this would happen. There was no escaping the interrogation of a curious friend and a crowd. Cough. Very well. Judge Flexi here will be the representative and ask suspect Breeze questions. Flexi straightened his back and looked at him. This is stupid. Atlas looked like he wanted to have nothing to do with this and left to get a drink. Shoot. Meanwhile, Max was as serious as he was about to go on an important war. There was a rule he briefed Lily with. No matter what, just answer any questions on the stream. Whether you were lying or not wasn't important. As long as the viewers were happy with the answer, they would take anything. Flexi also knew his limit and only asked a few questions that didn't touch private matters. Max answered all of them skillfully with jokes and indirect words. He also admitted that they were now in a relationship and had a surprise soon. Oh, what's this surprise? Something big. Max smirked at his friend. I bet you will be surprised. Because only you didn't know about this secret in this room. Oh, and I have no intention of telling you what it is before the time arrives, even if you beg for it. Stingy. Flexi clicked his tongue. Then, he smiled and patted his shoulder, putting that aside. Congratulations, buddy. I am happy for you and Lily. Thanks, buddy. Both of them fist bumped and stood up, getting ready for the practice. When they didn't check the chat, the hidden force waiting for the right moment appeared. The vibe is still strong. Yeah, Breeze x Flexi is still strong. Breezy will never falter, even with a girl between them. They are destined to be together. As usual, the chat was filled with strange people. Days passed quickly. With livestream, practice, and dates, Max didn't realize that it was already 2 days before the tournament, May 29th. Tomorrow was a joint practice day. All 40 teams had to gather in Eden Hall for a last-time check before the actual tournament. Max decided to arrive a day earlier to prepare. He was sitting in a private jet across from a displeased man with a frown as his attention was focused on the passing cloud. That man was Stone Sword, and he seemed to be pissed. And no, he wasn't displeased because Max had a relationship with his sister. He already accepted that and gave his blessing. The cause was something else. What happened? He asked Lily, who sat next to him. Apparently, someone tried to send a marriage proposal to me. It's that idiot blonde from our scrim. Should I kill him? His expression was serious as he blurted it out. Now he knew why Stone Sword was pissed. How could he kill that bastard? Stab. Gun. Drop him from a skyscraper and make it as if it was an accident. No need. Stone Sword spoke coldly as he turned to Max. He's already dead to me. His family's company, too, will soon fall into my hands. Just focus on your competition. Make sure your team wins. Ha ha ha. Already dead, huh? Max thought as he chuckled wryly. I hope he doesn't rest in peace. The power of money was scary. Max decided to change the topic of the conversation. There was no point in talking about something that had already been decided. In the middle of the conversation, Stone Sword suddenly said, the family party has been decided to be held on the 15th of June. Lily narrowed her eyes at that information. Can I not attend? It's tiring. You must attend, Stone Sword said, glancing at Max. Who would introduce him if you don't? Oh. She raised her voice slightly and nodded. Max will also attend. She turned to him. I guess so. Max shrugged his shoulders, not knowing what to answer. Then it's good. Lily smiled and nodded in understanding. Even a boring event would be okay if he was with him. Besides, they probably just had to stand on the side and let Stone Sword deal with everything. Stone Sword sighed in relief. He didn't know how to convince his sister to attend the party next month. If she didn't attend, then his plan would go awry. But now, he could rest easily. Though I dislike the fact she changed because of him and not me. He thought as he looked at Max, who chatted with Lily across from him. Since a few days ago, Lily was clearly happier than before. She smiled a lot when she was at home. Stone Sword felt complicated when he saw it. He was happy but frustrated at the same time because it wasn't him who was able to put a smile on his sister's face. I doubt our parents will object to their relationship. Breeze is a good and kind man. His past is clean, and he was an orphan, meaning he would enter our family in the future. He needs to learn how business works, but I can teach him that. Without realizing it, Stone Sword thought that his sister would definitely marry Max. This came from his experience. People in high society would usually marry their first partner, although there was some cheating that could be heard every now and then. He opened the map of the lobby to locate Lily. Finding her was easy, as they had created a party before. A green dot that showed her location was shown, moving toward him slowly. There she is. She's behind the crowd, huh? It will take her a while to get here. While waiting, he set up his stream. The loading screen appeared and he just needed to wait for her. After a while, he saw her. A girl wearing clothes similar to his appeared in the crowd. She waved her hand and got closer. Have you started the stream yet? Yes. Right now, the loading screen is showing up. I can change it to the in-game screen and do an intro anytime. Max answered and brought up the screen. How about yours? Perfectly set up. She put her index and thumb together near her face, creating an OK mark. And there are 1K viewers waiting. It's a lot. I just put your name in the title. That's normal. It also happened when I had a collaboration with Flexi in the past. He explained, smiling at her. And don't mind using my name. I am glad that your channel grew thanks to my name. She hummed, and her lips curled up slightly. Thank you. No problem. He said, now, shall we do the intro together? Do you have any idea? At his question, Lily shook her head. I have no idea. I never do any intro. She said, tilting her head. How about doing your usual? Well, let's just do that. With the intro being decided, Max changed the screen at the same time as Lily. Then, they stood next to each other, and he started the intro. Hello, guys. Ha ha ha, today we are playing Survival to the End. He greeted them excitedly and turned the camera to Lily. And we have a guest. It's Lily. Hello. Lily nodded at the camera and said nothing more. Even so, the chat was immediately filled with booing. Boo. You show off. You show off. We've been waiting for this. A week and finally a couple content. Sugar RRR. Yes, please. I am not envious at all, damn it. I don't need a cute girl as my couple. Carrot carrot, so you need a macho guy, huh? Want my contact? And in response to that booing, Max laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, cry more. I love your cry. It's a music in my ears. After finishing the intro and conversing with the viewers, Max and Lily proceeded to the tutorial zone. They didn't need to explain what kind of game it was because most viewers already knew about it. Survival to the End was a sensational game 2 years ago, reaching a monumental punches 1 million concurrent views in its first week. Most viewers already knew the gameplay. For those who didn't know, the tutorial was said to explain the game to them. In summary, the goal of the players was to escape this facility where they found themselves without much information. Many maps would be unlocked when they managed to escape, continuing to the end. The tutorial was pretty simple for a VR game. It only taught the players how to solve puzzles, loot weapons, and unlock a crate that was apparently filled with useful things, such as healing items and antidotes for poison, and was spread across the map. Not only that, the tutorial zone also explained the importance of teamwork. Two people were one. They weren't separate entities. Max managed to finish the tutorial with Lily in a short time. The climbing tree tutorial, which was the difficult part for other players, was pretty easy for them. They cleared it in a breeze. Firstly, Max climbed the tree by jumping twice, reaching the thick branch where he hung himself down. Then, using his hands as a swing, he helped Lily get up. We need to nerf them. Breeze aside, Lily Pixel has a crazy movement, too. That's why she's in the top 30 in the SR ranking. Find something they do badly. I want to believe that they're not perfect. Easy. Breeze is a money grubber lol. No normal human loves money more than him. True, I can attest to that. This noble me has lost more than 5k to him. That's just your fault, bloody suckery. Indeed, we're by no means perfect humans, guys. What are you talking about? Max retorted to the chat as he exited the tutorial center. Just as he exited, he noticed that some people stared at them. Some of them had a hologram screen in front of them, clearly watching their livestream. While Max didn't mind giving a fanservice, he was worried that Lily would be uncomfortable with them. So, he walked into the forest with Lily to get away from all the stare people gave them. That tutorial was fun and all, but how about we go into the real game now? Let's go. Match found. Starting the matchmaking was easy. It was similar to other games. Open the game screen, press start, and the players would be transferred into a truck where they had to wait for the others. Max stood next to Lily. Their clothes had changed from plain black clothes into camo clothes. There was a number written in front of them, showing 18/20. The game only needed 2 more pairs before it started. It's just as the tutorial explained earlier. We will be dropped off in a random location, and we need to find 5 slates with the corresponding images of lion, snake, eagle, elephant, and chicken to open the door to the next map. Thinking about it alone was scary. I don't want to get cursed, damn it. I hope these guys aren't serious. He prayed sincerely. All players have gathered, deploying to the survival zone. Just as he was lost in thoughts, 2 pairs entered the matchmaking, and it started. The truck they were in shook slightly before it stopped completely. Following that, light seeped out from the gap that appeared from the door. Looking at each other, Max nodded at Lily and pushed the door open. He stepped out of the small space and looked around. They were in a jungle full of large trees and bushes. Some animal trails could be seen, and bird cries could be heard from above, along with the shouts from monkeys. Based on the vegetation and the wet dirt, it looked like they were in a rainforest. Breeze. Doesn't the tutorial say we will get starting equipment? Lily asked curiously, patting her chest because she was just so close to calling his real name. She took a breath and continued, I checked my body, and there is not even a GPS in my pocket. That's right. We should at least get 2 survival knives and a GPS based on what the tutorial said. He answered and looked around before finally finding something. Oh, isn't that the equipment? A backpack was hung on the crate the truck used to transfer them to this forest. He took it and checked inside. True to what the tutorial told him, there were 2 survival knives and a handheld GPS inside. He handed one knife to Lily and she strapped it behind her back while he put it on his chest strap. After getting ready, Max looked at the GPS and found many marks on it, with 2 blue triangles showing their location in the middle of the screen. The mark ranged from 2 swords crossed against each other, a lion head, a black circle, a mushroom, and a golden lightning. He looked at Lily and showed her the GPS. There was no point in a multiplayer game if he made the decision by himself. Which one did you want to visit first? Lily peeked at the screen and put her index finger on her lips, humming softly. The sonar beeped every second, showing how close they were to the location where the marks were. After thinking for a second, she pointed at a certain mark. I want to visit this. Her decision was caught on camera and shown in both of their livestream, inviting the chat's reaction. Oh, good decision. This would be fun. No backsies. Go there and follow your GF, Breeze. Deep voice asterisk there will be hell. Somehow, Max got a bad feeling about this. Max cut small branches and bushes that were on his way. The goal that Lily chose was 200 meters away from their starting location. However, the straight path toward that location was filled with vegetation. How long have we been walking? 5 minutes. And we haven't reached the destination yet. Max grunted in frustration as he cut the bushes in front of him. The forest is too dense. Now I understand why they said hell is waiting for us. He tasted leaves hell. It's only the first layer of hell in survival to the end. More is waiting for you. It will note ND. Dude, learn how to type. It's hard to read MF. Just like Max, Lily also grunted in irritation as she cut all the leaves that were on her way. I shouldn't have chosen that spot. We better follow the animal trail next, she said, swinging her knife with another grunt. Or just climb trees. Agreed. Max nodded as he swung his knife, cutting through the last bush before he arrived at a large clearing. Looking at the clearing, he sheathed his knife. It seems we've arrived, he said, looking around as Lily followed right behind him. But, why is there nothing here? The clearing had nothing. No mark, no box, nothing that indicated this place was indeed the location within the GPS. But, Breeze, look up. Lily pointed at the sky. Max followed her finger and saw something, a golden lightning mark along with a brewing dark cloud that circled above the clearing, crackling ominously with blue lightning. As if the lightning was waiting for both of them to look up, it struck the ground at the perfect time. Trial commence. Boom. The grass in the middle of the clearing turned black, and a pedestal appeared, with a slate hovering up and down slowly. Focusing on the slate, Max noticed an elephant head drawn on it. There was no doubt. It was the first slate they needed to move to the next map. He stepped forward toward it, his feet touched the shade created by the dark cloud. Just as he did that, lightning began to strike furiously. He immediately jumped backward and landed a bit away from the shade. Quote. Hearing that, Max couldn't help but look at his chat. What? He's stopping, he must be looking at the chat. We won't give spoilers. We're good chat. Tell Lilypixel's chat to stop giving spoilers. It ruins the fun. Yeah, poor streamers. They can't even enjoy the game and experience the thrill of finding out the new obstacles. Tisk tisk tisk, they need to learn from us. I am going to that side for now. Wish me luck guys 07. 07 good luck soldier. 07 stop them by any means. Wish you luck 07. Oh. Lily raised her voice as she blinked a few times. Thank you for the 10k diamonds. Please don't give a spoiler because Breeze hates it. What does that mean? I mean, I don't mind. But if Breeze hates it, it's better to stop. Confirmed. My chat donates 10k to my girlfriend just to warn them not to help us. What a fucking good person. He thought, emphasizing the fucking instead of the good person. Whatever. They can do as they please. Let's try the strategy your chat tells you. I will go to the other side. When I am ready, I will swing my arm down. We will run toward the slate at the same time. I will be waiting here. Max circled around the shade, trying not to touch it and got to the other side. He stretched his arms and legs first, and Lily imitated him. They had been doing it together since they exercised together. Discover exclusive tales on mvlaynovelhall.net. After a while, he stood up straight and raised his arm. Lily was ready to run and give a nod. Max grinned. He really could count on her. I am so blessed. Then, without hesitation, he swung his arm and ran toward the slate. His first step generated an electric current. He looked at it and immediately leapt forward. A second later, lightning struck where the electric current he created earlier. Thunderous sound echoed in the surrounding, but his smile didn't falter. The sudden lightning wasn't the only problem that Max had to dodge. The static lightning still struck the same place in the interval. He had to dodge them while also moving fast. That was easy, he could see the scorched ground to know where it would strike. At the same time, Lily. To the left. Lily followed his instruction without hesitation and turned to the left. As she did that, lightning struck the place where she stood earlier. Right. This time, Lily was the one who shouted at him. He immediately moved to the right as electric current was created at the ground where he last stepped. It happened many times. They couldn't really think where to move and look at the ground. They could only move their body, dodge the lightning, and proceed to the center. In just a few seconds, they managed to clear half of the course. Their teamwork is impeccable. Let's agree with that. The hardest part is to find where the next lightning struck. Looking at your feet will make you move slowly. My usual strategy is to move one step at a time, dodging the lightning slowly. But these guys, they freaking run. Thunder God, no one shall pass. Breeze, is that your last word? The lightning struck more frequently as they got closer to the slate. Just a few more meters and they could get it. However, they couldn't see any possible path besides bulldozing it through. I can do it. Signal me. Lily also thought similarly. They were stepping left and right to dodge the targeting lightning right now, waiting for the right chance to snatch the slate. Nodding, Max decided to trust her. She smiled at him and turned serious. Her chance to get the slate was higher than him, as she wore no backpack that restricted her movement. Enjoy new stories from mvlate-novelhall.net. The last wall of lightning struck in a circle. After one lightning struck one place, another one immediately followed suit right on its side, circling the last place in a second interval. Based on the timing, they only had a second or less to pass the wall of lightning. An electric current gathered under Lily's feet. At the same moment, the lightning wall struck the area right in front of her. Jump! Max shouted loudly, and Lily followed his signal. She leapt toward the slate while he jumped back to reduce the frequency of the lightning striking. And, got it. Lily managed to snatch the slate and rolled on the ground in front of Max to stop herself. She stood next to him and showed the slate with a large smile. Are you okay? Lily asked worriedly, knowing that her boyfriend set the pain sensitivity to the maximum. Throwing himself to the ground like that was painful. Really painful. Yeah, I am okay, Max answered, smiling at her. More importantly, that was close. Thanks for the warning. Thank God. She sighed in relief and looked at the backpack, approaching it. She took it and looked inside. Max peeked from behind him and noticed everything was perfectly fine. So this backpack is an immortal object? He asked in interest. Immortal object? Lily asked back, handing the backpack to him. What is that? It's an object that can't be destroyed in a game. A key quest item if you want to use an MMORPG term. He explained and put the backpack on. In short, no matter what we do to this item, throw it, slash it, burn it, it will remain intact, with the item inside it too. Ah, like a portable safe. Something like that. Max nodded and took out a GPS. The lightning mark in his location had disappeared, along with some other marks in the GPS. There were still too many to count, but the other pairs also seemed to finish some trials. The lightning mark is an elephant slate. That's good to know, he said, turning to Lily. Do you mind if I choose the next one? I'll let you choose. Thanks. He looked at the remaining marks and decided to choose another one. He pointed at one and looked at Lily. How about this? The sword mark. I don't mind. Alright then. It's pretty close, so let's go there. Both of them proceeded to the next destination without resting. Their survival knives were ready to cut all the branches and bushes in their way. However, due to their previous experience, they decided to choose an animal trail instead. What will await them in the next trial? Look forward to it. Why the heck are you guys narrating for them? Well, it seems fun. The bush hell, the thunder hell. What kind of hell is waiting for this couple next? Stop narrating, Motherlicker. Bloody Axe has donated 300 diamonds. I have returned. And I shall wait for a bloody duel. The crossed sword mark was located 150 meters away from the previous lightning trial. Max already had an idea of what kind of trial and game they had to finish in order to get the next slate. Following the animal trail proved to be the correct choice. All trails were connected from one mark to another. Choosing the straight path would only slow them down. Unlike the lightning mark earlier, the double-cross sword was pretty easy to spot. Whoa, this is amazing. It looks like a pyramid without the tip. What waited for them in the next mark was a large structure made from rock blocks, with stairs on each side heading to the top, which looked like a large square area. The crossed sword mark floated right above that square area. There was nothing else around them, and the trial hadn't started yet, even when they got close to the building. It seems we need to go to the top and trigger the notification first. Max guessed based on the situation and his game knowledge. Maybe. Want to take a look? Sure. They began to climb the stairs slowly. There was no notification yet, so they proceeded to the top of the structure. When they reached the top, the structure suddenly shook as if an earthquake had shaken it. What the HYA? Lily lost her balance due to the unexpected shake, but Max was able to catch her and pulled her into an embrace. Are you okay? He asked worriedly. I am fine, she answered as she backed away. Show off. Tisk, should I take my voodoo doll back from the trash? Now I am considering getting a girlfriend too. Who wants to be with me? I am half as handsome as Breeze. Cough, just half. Bro has no confidence lol. The shaking stopped after a few seconds. Max regained his composure and looked around. When he did that, he noticed that the stairs behind him were gone, and the structure became taller than before, jutting out to the sky like a tower. Following that, the notification rang. I guess we can't turn back, he said as he peered down with Lily. It's so high. Probably around 30 meters. We would die if we fell. Like, splat. Yeah, that's not a good idea. I don't want to be splattered. Right, he said. He turned around and looked at the pedestal in the middle of the structure. And that's the slate we're searching for. Is it chicken? Seems like so. Lily narrowed her eyes to look at it better. Want to take it? There seems to be no trap. Still, can Lily Pixel climb down the wall with him? You must be new. Let me tell you a story. No need. Lily Pixel can move as crazy as Breeze. She's that talented. They are just too scary. Climb down the wall, she asked with sparkling eyes. Her interest was piqued. Can we do that without any equipment? We can. I will instruct you and use this chance to teach my chat, too. If you say so. Please teach me. It sounds interesting. Alright, let me show you how it's done, then. Saying so, he went to the edge of the structure and looked down. It was a bit scary. Just thinking about what would happen if he felt adrenaline pumped into his blood. There was nothing more exciting than the thrill of the extreme sport. If only this is in real life, he thought, but he immediately shook his head. No, I shouldn't do that. I will worry Lily if I do this in real life. Yes, the VR world is good enough. A shame, but he didn't want to risk it too much like in his past life. He was satisfied with his current life. Not to mention, there was also a VR world where he could experience everything with just a slight difference. First of all, he spoke loudly to distract himself from useless thoughts and got into the real business. Throw your bag down. He threw his backpack without hesitation. It soared in the air and hit the ground with a thud. After it landed safely, Max looked at the camera and spoke. That's the first step. By calculating the weight and the speed of the bag, we know how tall this tower is. All equipment in the bag and the backpack itself is around 1 kg, and it reached the ground in less than 5 seconds. With the gravity being 10 meters per second, you can just count it yourself. Yeah, we don't know. Isn't that like around 50 meters? Experience more on mvle-novelhall.net. How can he calculate it like that? I mean, I am not confident saying my backpack is 1 kg. Tell us how you do it. It's easy. He smirked as he prepared to go down the tower. I just lied to you guys. This MF. WTF. I trusted you. How could you betray us like this? I thought we were friends. Lying is easy. Indeed. Anyway, that is that, and this is this. You need to slowly grip the edge of the structure like this and lower your body. Let yourself hang for a few seconds and get comfortable with it. Max moved as he explained how to do it to his viewers and Lily. He hung on the edge of the structure and looked up at Lily, who was peering at him. Do you think you can do it? Nodding, she replied, I can try. Max continued going down slowly as he taught Lily the safe path down. It was pretty easy as the tower was made from rocks placed on each other and was actually slightly slanted. The gaps were pretty big for them to put their fingers and feet. Still, it took a long time for them to do this. To reach the ground, they needed around 30 minutes. There were some parts where Lily was about to fall. Fortunately, she managed to regain her footing, and they safely reached the ground. When their feet touched the ground, the area shook once again, and the tower got eaten by the ground. Nothing was left of it, leaving only a clearing. Afterward, Max took the stream mission reward. Mission completed. 2,000 diamonds have been donated. Easy 2,000 diamonds. Done. Isn't it easy? Yes. Surprisingly easy. As I thought, they were crazy. No one said it's surprisingly easy after climbing down a 50-meter tall tower with a straight face. My common sense is tingling, saying this isn't actually easy. Hey, you peasant. I can go down faster than them. In just 5 seconds. Carrot carrot I know carrot carrot you just jumped down. Lol, that's indeed faster than climbing down. Still, they took a long time. They would probably only spend 20 minutes maximum if they went through the staircases. Indeed, it was a bit of a problem. They only had 2 slates, the elephant and the chicken. They still needed a lion, snake, and eagle. Furthermore, they had to find the door that led to the next map hidden from the GPS. However, I don't mind. Taking it easy is fine. There was something written in the game before. One had to survive against the other. Some games also had one to use their brain and work together with other teams. The trials in each game were different, so he had no idea if there was a need to work together in the next trial. If they had to work together with other teams, they would have to wait for the others regardless of what they wanted, so waiting was necessary. Also, the most important thing is to survive to the end. There is no time limit to finish this game. We can spend a whole day sitting around and won't be eliminated. And fend off hostile players, Max added as he handed the bow to Lily. I am fine with a knife. You can use the bow. Please watch my back. Leave it to me. Lily immediately slung the quiver on her back and held the bow in her left hand. They continued moving toward the black circle mark while looking around carefully to avoid missing any items. Finding them wasn't as easy as Max previously thought. By the time they almost arrived at the black circle mark, they found no item at all. The clearing could be seen from afar. A small lake with a small bridge leading to the center with a pedestal was apparent. The path leading to the middle had many symbols and looked like a maze, making it difficult to pass. Not to mention the 2 rotating blades that could cut one's legs if they weren't careful. This trial was the hardest to clear among the 2 they had finished before. It could even be called by another name. Black Circle of Death. This is true hell. They can't go fast because they will miss the timing to dodge the blade, and the symbol on the bridge has something. The bridge also has a railing that prevents people from jumping over it. In short, this is the hardest trial for someone like Breeze. I hope he dies. The chat was excited. They were looking forward to it. Max could only chuckle wryly when he read them. He didn't think he would die, but he had to be careful. When he was about to reach the end of the forest, Lily pulled his sleeve to force him to duck. He did it without hesitation and looked at her, asking for an explanation. There are people outside the forest. She warned quietly as she pointed out at the forest to their left. Max didn't notice it as he was looking at the chat before. He followed Lily's fingers and noticed 2 men sitting behind the bushes. They were looking at the clearing and hadn't noticed them yet. You're right. He whispered quietly. Should we kill them? Lily inquired as she raised her bow. I think I can snipe one of them from here and disqualify their team. No, wait. Max raised his hand to stop her. Let's watch them for a bit. It seems they are planning something, and I want to know what it is. Nodding at him, Lily lowered her bow. Max's eyes narrowed like an eagle, looking at the hiding players like prey. Now, what kind of strategy do they have? They must have seen a guide or something. Maybe they don't approach the trial because it's too dangerous, or they have no means to beat it. Which one is it? If it's the former, then I would like to kill them and try the trial. If it's the latter. If the trial required a special item to clear it, then he had to wait just like them to see the situation. Ambushing other players wasn't prohibited. While Max was keeping an eye on that team, Lily noticed something else. She found another team walking toward the clearing where the lake was. There is someone else over there. She whispered at Max and pointed at where she saw the other team. They are approaching the trial, he said as he observed them for a while before turning to the ambushing team from earlier. They seemed to be happy with their appearance. As expected, the trial might be too hard for them to beat. They might prepare themselves to ambush the new team. So they want to steal the slate from the new team. Most likely. Max nodded. We will stay here and ambush them after they ambush the new team. At worst, if they fail, we will know how the trial works. There was nothing to lose by waiting for a while. It might be boring to the viewers. Out of worry, he decided to check on them. What do you think? Yeah, the new team has 2 girls, and they wore skirts instead of pants like Lily Pixel. So, as expected, they are streamers, right? Confirmed. They are that kind of streamer. Good stuff. I will look forward to it. Somehow, it was busy with something that he didn't want to get involved in. He definitely knew what they were thinking about when he read skirts. I swear I won't allow Lily to wear skirts when we're streaming together. He secretly closed the chat and saw the 2 girls step into the thin bridge. Only one way was open, so they had to go through that and clear the maze before reaching the slate. They marched without hesitation and reached the first intersection with a symbol written on it. One of them pressed the symbol and a hidden mechanic was triggered. The maze-like bridge was moving. The movement was divided into 3. The inner section was where the pedestal was, and the middle section and the outer section were. The inner and outer moved clockwise while the middle section moved counterclockwise, renewing the maze. One girl pointed at the new path they could traverse and continued. So the symbol activated traps. I couldn't see the symbol clearly, but it looks like a number 3. Max muttered aloud so Lily in the chat could hear it. And the symbol is present in every intersection. Before long, they arrived at another intersection and passed by the symbol. This time, even without them touching it, the trap activated. The bridge was shaking greatly as the railing suddenly disappeared. Hiya. Hold on. Read new chapters at m_versus late-novelhall.net. They desperately tried to balance themselves, holding each other. Wind blew from somewhere and once again disturbed them. Their clothes fluttered, and Max suddenly could see nothing but darkness. Don't look. Lily's firm voice rang beside him. Even if she said, don't look, he had an idea what happened from the chat that was still visible on the corner of his vision. No way. She gasped audibly, her eyes widened in surprise. The shock. Her reaction is so honest and fresh, lol. Did she never watch any female streamers? The cute ones like them. Cute streamers who sell face and entertainment instead of skills are usually like them, using cute words and gestures. Protect her innocence no matter the cost. KEKW. Lily Pixel be like, seriously? Are you serious? No kidding. That's how it is. Max nodded repeatedly as her reaction amused him. Then, he turned serious and looked at the hiding team. They approached the 2 happy girls slowly. They begin to move. Lily, prepare your bow. I am ready. She knocked an arrow to the bow and aimed at the approaching team. The girls were still unaware even though the men had gotten so close. They were holding a large knife in their hands. Apparently, they also got an item from the forest. With a fast movement in their hands, they stabbed the girls from behind. Ak, kya. The girls screamed just when they noticed it. Their bodies were covered in an eerie red light before turning into pieces. Just like that, they died. Their backpack disappeared, leaving 2 slates fallen onto the ground. Lucky, they have 2. Yeah, we will be able to move to the next map in this game, haha. Crash. Before the second guy could finish his sentence, an arrow was lodged in his head, and he disappeared into pieces. A second later, another arrow found its way toward the remaining guy's chest and killed him. All belongings in his hand, except for the 2 slates, 2 large knives, and 2 arrows from earlier, disappeared into thin air. Max and Lily appeared from the bushes and approached the loot. He picked up the slates and looked at them. Snake and Eagle, lucky. We now just need the lion slate to finish this game. He grinned widely and let out an evil chuckle. Because the atmosphere seemed to fit, Lily also joined and giggled evilly. After getting satisfied with laughing, he put the slates inside his backpack and took the large knife with him, raising it to his face. He could see his reflection on the shiny blade. His smile looked like a villain's. Just like before, the atmosphere seemed to fit the situation, so he said something cool, or cringe, depending on the person hearing it. All according to plan. It was satisfying. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.